This is a Fox News alert. Right now, the U.S. government shut down after a last-ditch Senate vote failed to keep it funded.
Vice President J.D. Vance joins us now. Mr. Vice President, thanks for joining Fox and Friends this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good to be with you.
So y'all been going back and forth. Y'all had the leadership over. What are they asking for? Because you guys made it very clear. You just want a clean CR. What do they want in return?
Yeah, so Lawrence, I want to answer that, but let's step back for a second because I think it's important for the American people to realize that the far left faction of Senate Democrats shut down the government because we wouldn't give them hundreds of billions of dollars for health care benefits for illegal aliens. It's actually not even all Senate Democrats. I was really gratified to see that a few of the moderate Senate Democrats voted with Senate Republicans last night to keep the government open. This is basically Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, he's worried he's going to get a primary challenge from AOC, and so he's shutting down the people's government to give in to sort of the left-wing coalition and their party. And it's craziness, and people are going to suffer because of it. I mean, people who benefit from low-income food programs are going to suffer because of this. If you're flying today, I hope, of course, you arrive safely and on time, but you may not arrive on time because the TSA and the air traffic controllers are not getting paid today. Our military is not getting paid today, starting today. And obviously, the longer this drags on, the worse that it is for the American people. So we are where we are. And to your point, what do Senate Democrats ask for? Well, initially, they said that they wanted to shut down the government because Donald Trump was a dictator. OK, that's absurd. Then they said they wanted to shut down the government because they wanted hundreds of billions of dollars for health care benefits for illegal aliens. That, of course, is also absurd. And now they're saying they just want to work on ensuring that Americans have low-cost health care. Well, I agree with them. Of course, we all want to ensure that Americans have low-cost health care. So let's work together on that. You don't shut the government down. You don't take the government as a hostage because you want to engage in a negotiation about health care costs. Let's do that negotiation, but let's do it in the context of actually opening the government and ensuring those essential services are actually provided to the American people.
Speaker Johnson has a video running continuously outside of his office, and he also posted it on social media because the Democrats, when you go in the Wayback Machine, they were always the one that thought that these shutdowns were reckless. Listen to this, Mr. Vice President.
It is not normal to shut down the government when we don't get what we want.
If the government shuts down, it will be average Americans who suffer most. A government shutdown means seniors who rely on Social Security could be thrown into chaos.
Families will be hurt. Farmers will be hurt.
It's the service members who will work without a paycheck. It's the firefighters who will be furloughed.
This shutdown, you know who's going to feel the pain? You know who it hurts? You. Everyday people and the most vulnerable. Seniors, veterans, working families, hungry kids, y'all.
Well, then why didn't they vote to continue the funding?
That's such a good point, and I see that Mike Johnson has apparently learned from the trolling master, President Donald Trump, by putting that video outside of his office, just throwing the Democrats' words right back at him. But it's actually such an important point. You don't shut the government down because you have a policy disagreement. These are two separate questions. There are essential services that have already been appropriated, where we've already agreed, we want our military to have a certain amount of payment. We want air traffic control to have a certain amount. We want to ensure that a certain number of people are able to access food benefits. You don't shut down the government because you have a policy disagreement about a totally separate issue. And that's what the Democrats have done. And it really is astonishing to go back 20 years. I mean, I pretty much the entire time, guys, that I've paid attention to American politics, I have seen Democrats stand before the American people and say, you don't shut down the government because you're not getting what you want. And here they are last night, the far left faction of Senate Democrats, they shut down the government. Why? Because they're not getting what they want. And what makes it extra preposterous, guys, if you actually listen to what they say that they want to ensure this, it's a premium support program under Obamacare that they want to keep going. Well, that premium support program doesn't even expire until next year. So why are you shutting down the government on October the 1st because of a program that doesn't even expire for another few months? Let's talk about it. Let's negotiate. Let's do what you do in Washington, D.C. don't shut down the government because you don't get what you want. That's exactly what Senate Democrats have done in this case.
So let's just put up a full screen. You mentioned some of it, of the potential effects of the government shutdown. Mass furloughs, federal employees and active duty military members don't get paychecks. We have travel delays. You mentioned TSA, Social Security and SNAP and WII and WIC applications, delays in Medicare and Medicaid payments, some VA services and career counseling. So these are some of the things that will happen. Smithsonian could be closed, National Zoo. I hope someone feeds the animals, but we're not going to be able to see the animals. Can we talk about another thing that could be happening? Could Democrats begin to crack? Now, Rand Paul's on his own planet for some reason, doesn't want to vote for anything, but Fetterman, Masto, Cortez Masto, as well as Angus King, all voted with the Republicans in the Senate, where you used to work. Are you hearing there could be other Democrats who don't want to go through this before the weekend and vote with you?
Yeah, Brian, I think that there will be. And if you look, frankly, when I talked to the president and our legislative team yesterday afternoon, I thought we would get 53, 54 votes. We got 55 votes because, again, that moderate faction of the Senate Democrats recognizes this is just an unreasonable position. You're not going to shut down the government because you disagree about a funding program that doesn't even expire for another few months. So I think what's going to happen is that as the political pressure builds and as we continue to have these negotiations, you're going to see more and more Democrats come to the side of reason and reopen the government. But look, I'd offer right now to the Senate Democrats, I'm happy. I will go to the Capitol right now to talk to Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats about premium support for the Affordable Care Act, but only after they've reopened the government. You can't reward this exercise in hostage taking, which is what we would be doing if we allowed the government opening to be conditional on the Democrats' policy disagreements. So we're going to negotiate with them. We, of course, want to lower health care costs for the American people. Look, we inherited this economy from the Biden administration. We know that health care costs were way too high under the Biden administration. By the way, it's one of the reasons why the president announced yesterday that we're lowering prescription drug costs for all Americans by forcing Europeans and other countries to pay their fair share so that Americans can pay lower costs. So we obviously care a lot about lowering health care costs for Americans, but we're not going to engage in negotiation with hostage takers, which is exactly what the Democrats have done. Now, I think, Brian, it was you who listed off some of the problems that come along with the shutdown. Let me add another one. This is October. We are entering hurricane season all across the southeastern part of our country. Flood insurance for a lot of the people who are suffering from hurricanes or could suffer from hurricanes is going to disappear because the government is shut down. Let's reopen the government. Let's fix some of the core issues that exist for our country. And then let's negotiate about the Democrats' health care policy ideas, which we're happy to do, but only when the government is open.
Well, Mr. Vice President, one of the lies that continues to be told is that they're not giving funding to illegals' health care. Can you explain to our audience why that's not true?
Yeah, so this is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer health care money to illegal aliens that we turned off when President Trump took over in January. Program number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens. The second of which is the Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open up the government. Let's negotiate on all of these healthcare policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support healthcare benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower healthcare costs for American citizens if they're willing to do so.
President Trump, he shared some pictures from the Oval Office meeting with Chuck Schumer and with Hakeem Jeffries, with Speaker Johnson and with Thune. And we wanted to ask you about any insight into that meeting, because the last shutdown, Mr. Vice President, was 35 days. Americans can't go, here are the pictures, Americans cannot go that long without getting a paycheck or being furloughed. So can you give us some insight into what they talked about, maybe how we can come to a compromise?
And the hats.
The Trump trolling them with 28 hats.
Yeah, thank you, Lawrence. That's the most important part. There were also the Trump 2028 hats, which I think made the majority or the minority leader in both the House and the Senate very uncomfortable. But look, it was the four of them plus me and the president, and we were having a very good conversation about healthcare policy. But the president finally sort of threw up his hands and said, guys, let's absolutely work on this healthcare policy disagreement. We want to fix this issue for the American people, but we're not going to be taken hostage. We're not going to shut down the government and then give you everything that you want. Let's negotiate, but we're not going to reward this behavior. You have to remember, their first proposal about a week ago was to give a bunch of healthcare money to illegal aliens, and then they came back to us and said, okay, no, we don't have to do that. Let's do this other thing. You don't do a negotiation like that. You don't take the American economy hostage and then tell the president of the United States, give us everything that we want or we're going to shut down the people's government. It's ridiculous. And look, we had, again, a good conversation, but a conversation where I think they still refuse to acknowledge that their negotiating tactic was unreasonable. That if you take Hakeem Jeffries' words or you take Chuck Schumer's words, what they have said for literally, in Chuck Schumer's case, decades, is that you don't shut the government down over a policy disagreement. Now that's exactly what they've done. Let's get back to rationality, open up the government, and then we can sit down and talk.
All right. You've talked to us enough. Your team says you have to go, and you have to listen to your team. Mr. Vice President, thanks so much for your time.
And thank you for your beautiful message at Charlie's memorial service. Millions of people watched that. It was beautiful. We're sorry for your loss. I know he was your good friend.
Thank you. He was a very good guy, a very tragic thing for our country, but we appreciate you guys. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Well, Mr. President, it looks like we're going to have a shutdown. What does that tell us? I'll tell you what it tells me. It's simply that much more evidence that human evolution is a slow process. I thought humans had advanced more as a species, but apparently we haven't. What do I mean by a shutdown? Well, we can't keep government open without a budget. And tonight at midnight, our current budget expires unless we vote to maintain the status quo and continue the current budget as we negotiate a new one. Many of my Democratic friends say, well, what's the problem? The Republicans are in charge. The president's a Republican, and the Republicans have a majority in the Senate, and the Republicans have a majority in the House. What's the problem? They know what the problem is. We can't pass a budget. We can't keep government open just with Republican votes here in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. We need 7 Democrats to join with us. So for my Democratic colleagues to say, well, the Republicans are in charge and they don't need us, they know that's not accurate. And that's what's going on. Now, we've had a few shutdowns before, and every shutdown is different, but most shutdowns are They are a combination of both policy and politics in varying degrees. This shutdown, in terms of policy, makes absolutely no sense. None. What we have proposed to our Democratic colleagues and the minority leader, Senator Schumer, is to make no changes to the current budget. We just want to continue the current budget and keep government open until just before Thanksgiving to give us more time to negotiate a permanent budget. We did that many times when President Biden was president and when the Democrats had the majority. In fact, we did it 13 times. Not only have Republicans done it, but Democrats have routinely done it. But this time, the Democrats have said, no, 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 no. We want more. And you may be thinking, okay, that's reasonable. What do you want? Well, it's not reasonable. In effect, what the Democrats are saying to us is that we're going to close government unless you Republicans agree to make it bigger. We don't want the status quo. We want you to commit to spending $1.5 trillion more than you're spending now. And we, the Democrats are saying, are going to tell you how to spend it. First, they want us to repeal all of the Medicaid reforms that we did in the reconciliation bill. Some call it the One Big Beautiful Bill. The One Big Beautiful Bill would not reduce Medicaid. In fact, it would go up about 2% every year as a result of our bill. But it would say to people who are on Medicaid, who aren't eligible for Medicaid, that you're not going to get Medicaid anymore. Dual eligibles, people who sign up in Louisiana and Mississippi, that's fraud. Under our bill, they would be thrown off. The Democrats want them put back on. Under our changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill that the Democrats want us to reverse, you would have to satisfy certain income levels to be on Medicaid. The law says if you make too much money, you can't get Medicaid because Medicaid is for the poor. In my state, we have found people through audits making $120,000 a year on Medicaid. So our bill, which the Democrats want us to repeal after just passing it, would say to those people that if you don't meet the income limits, you can't get Medicaid. So that's the first demand of the Democrats. Take out all the reforms that we made to Medicaid in the reconciliation bill and throw them out the window. Number two, they want to extend the Obamacare subsidies. What does that mean? Well, first let me say Obamacare was a mistake, and we know that now. When President Obama passed Obamacare, we were told that our lives would be better. Our lives have been worse. We were told that it would make health insurance more accessible and more affordable. It's done neither. On the non-Medicaid part of Obamacare, we've got, 25 million Americans who are accessing it. And for the most part, about 90% of them are low-income Americans. But the rest are making huge sums of money. Some are making $160,000 a year getting Obamacare subsidized by taxpayers. And that's not the way it was supposed to be. How did we get here? Well, it's simple. During the pandemic, when people were being laid off or losing their jobs or couldn't work, President Biden rammed through a bill to enlarge the subsidies. He took the cap off the amount that you needed to earn in order to get Obamacare. And those subsidies at the end of this year are about to run out. Now, the Republicans have said, we'll sit down with our Democratic friends and talk about how to extend them, but we want to reform the program because it's not right that people making $125,000, $150,000, $250,000, $200,000 a year are getting their health insurance subsidized by the federal government. That's bone deep down to the mayor stupid. But the Democrats, Senator Schumer and his colleagues, have said, no, we will shut government down unless you agree automatically to extend these subsidies, which were passed during the pandemic, after the pandemic is over, permanently. And that's just some of my colleagues' demands. I mean, you need an Excel spreadsheet to be able to follow their demands. Their demands to keep government open, you stack them here, you could stand on them and paint the ceiling. And that's not much of an exaggeration. And when Senator Schumer announced these demands, that's when I knew. I knew it in a nanosecond. We're going to have a shutdown. Because my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, are very smart people. And Senator Schumer is a smart person. And he knew when he announced these demands that I could tell he wasn't serious. He knew they were unserious. And he knew that neither the president nor the other members of Congress were going to accept them. And you know what? Many Democrats know they're unreasonable as well. So that's why I say the policy part of this makes absolutely no sense. And that's because this isn't about policy. This shutdown is about politics. Now, parties change, just like the human experience changes over time. Political parties change. My party's changing. So is the Democratic Party. And there is a wing of the Democratic Party, I call it the socialist wing. Some less charitable people call it the loon wing of the Democratic Party. And they are in charge right now. And the non-loon, non-socialist Democrats are scared to death of them. And this particular wing of the Democratic Party that's in the ascendancy, what do they believe? They try to out-weird each other all the time. They hate, if you listen to them, they hate Thomas Jefferson. They hate Abraham Lincoln. They hate George Washington. They hate Dr. Seuss. They hate Mr. Potato Head. They think our kids should be able to change genders back and forth at recess. Kids. And if it's their preference, should be able to undergo sex change operations while minors paid by you, the taxpayers. They believe that. They believe in open borders. They believe that if you support the law, which says you have to be vetted to come into our country, if you support the law, you're a racist. I think if you support the law, you're being prudent. But they believe in open borders. And my Democratic friends are about to elect a new mayor in New York City who is a member of the loon wing. He's a self-avowed socialist. He has said if the Prime Minister of Israel comes to New York City, he will have him arrested. But this is not the majority of Democrats that believe this. I don't think that for a second. And I know many of my Democratic colleagues here don't believe that. But the loon wing, the socialist wing, the angry Gary Busey wing of the Democratic Party is in ascendancy. And they've got a lot of power, enormous amount of power. And many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of them. And the loon wing is mad at many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate. They shouldn't be, but they are. And therefore, many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate are scared of the loon wing. And they want the loon wing to love them. The loon wing will never love them. They're better off doing the right thing, and they know what the right thing to do is. But that's why I say this is a political decision, and that's why we're going to shut government down. Now, once you shut government down, unless you're prepared to leave it shut down permanently, and maybe my Democratic colleagues are, but I don't think so. I still, maybe I'm naive, but I still think too many of my Democratic colleagues in the Senate know better. Once you shut the government down, you got to get back open. How are they going to get it back open? We're not going to agree to their demands. $1.5 trillion. They know we're not going to agree to it. So how is my friend Senator Schumer going to get government back open? You know, there's a famous movie line. I don't remember the movie. I think Denzel Washington said the line. I love Denzel Washington. He's what cool looks like. The guy's awesome. He's a total baller, man. I love Denzel Washington. But anyway, I think he said in one movie, if you pray for rain, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. And truer words were never spoken. So if you want to shut down, I say to my Democratic friends, you better be prepared to deal with the mud. How are you going to get it back open? How are you going to get it back open? I wouldn't want to be in their shoes to have to make that decision. Let me just say a few words. Every time we do a shutdown, it scares the living daylights out of the American people, especially our elderly. It breaks my heart. All of us get phone calls from folks scared to death. They're not going to get their Social Security check, or they're not going to be able to see their doctor, and it just breaks my heart. So I want to give them a little bit of assurance. During the shutdown, the executive branch will be in charge, and the Trump administration is not going to do anything to hurt our elderly. I want to assure them of that. If you're receiving a Social Security check or Medicare or Medicaid or a veteran's disability, your checks are going to continue. We will make sure of that. Trump administration will make sure of that. Government may be shut down, but essential workers will still be there to make sure those checks are sent out. If you're hungry and you don't have the money to eat, we're not going to let you starve to death. The administration is going to continue payments. We call it, some people call it SNAP. I call it food stamps. And we will continue the payments for the women, infants, and children's program. Most of us refer that to WIC. You'll still get your mail. Don't worry about that. Postal Service will be working through the shutdown. If you depend for health care on your Veterans Administration and VA medical centers, they're going to remain open. So I don't want you to be scared about that. Now, you're going to notice an impact. Probably we've got 2.5 million federal employees. Probably 750,000 aren't going to be on the job. Under the law, they have to go home. So you will notice an impact. You'll notice it in our parks. You'll notice it in our museums here in Washington if you're visiting. You'll notice it in many of the federal agencies. That's the law. They can't come to work in a shutdown. Doesn't matter who initiates the shutdown. We still got a little time. It's midnight tonight, and we're going to be taking some votes here in a few minutes. Give our Democratic colleagues one last chance. One last chance to do the right thing. And I certainly hope they accept it. Well, the shutdown melodrama continues. I love the smell of melodrama in the morning. It smells like the United States Senate. I said the other day that that this shutdown is just further proof that human evolution is a slow process. This shutdown, what you're witnessing now, is just further proof of about why it took human beings thousands of years to learn how to stand upright. This shutdown is bone deep, down to the marrow, stupid. Some shutdowns are based on policy. Some shutdowns are based on politics. Some shutdowns are based on a combination of both. This one is pure. It's pure as ivory snow. This shutdown is based on politics. Let me tell you what's going on. I believe in a two-party system, Mr. President. Why? Because two parties create competition. And competition makes all of us better. It does. The Democratic Party, the opposite of my party, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party is competing within itself right now. And there is a distinct wing of the Democratic Party that is winning that competition. If I wanted to use a pejorative expression, I would call it the loon wing of the party. The loon wing of the Democratic Party. Or you might call it the Bolshevik wing of the Democratic Party. I think a more accurate description is to call it the socialist wing of the Democratic Party. I think that's fair. Now, I'm not saying that all of my Democratic friends are socialists, but there is clearly a wing of the Democratic Party that can only be described accurately as the socialist wing of the party. And that party is in ascendancy. That party is in control. Now, my friend Senator Schumer is the leader of the Democrats in the United States Senate. And he, of course, has instructed his colleagues to vote to shut down government. And Senator Schumer has been criticized for that. And I understand. I don't agree with him. I think he made a mistake. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the leader of this effort. I don't. I think Senator Schumer, like many of his colleagues, would like to be loved by everybody in the party, and he would like to be loved by the socialist wing of his party. And I do think that's part of what is motivating this shutdown, and that's why I say it's all about politics. But I don't think Senator Schumer is the person in charge, because Senator Schumer is not the leader of the socialist wing of his party. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is. She's running the show. It was no accident the other day the Congresswoman let it slip. She said, if you really want to negotiate an end of this shutdown, come see me. Come see me. And I think any fair-minded person has to look right now and say that the two leading members, the quarterback, the two leading members of the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, the quarterback is Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Now, her substitute is Senator Bernie Sanders. But I think it's the Congresswoman who's calling these shots. Now, Mr. President, I don't hate anybody. I've said that repeatedly, and I mean it. I like all of my colleagues. I look for grace wherever I can find it. When I say my prayers, I do, every single time. I ask God, don't let me hate, because it's hard sometimes. It's hard up here. But I do. I say, God, don't let me hate. And I certainly don't hate Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. I want to make that very clear. She has the right to her opinion. She has the right to try to have the socialists take over the Democratic Party. That's the American way. Ironically, I think what she's doing is anti-American, but she has the right as an American to do it, so I don't hate her. But I judge her by her policy. She has her opinion and I have mine. And I have to judge her candidly by her policy. Here is what the socialist wing of the Democratic Party, led by Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, has said to the American people and to the United States Congress and the Republicans in Congress. If you Republicans don't agree to make the federal government $1.5 trillion, not million dollars, not billion dollars, $1.5 trillion bigger, we're going to shut government down. Well, of course we said no. I'm not going to vote for that. My mother didn't raise a fool. And as I've said before, if she did, it was one of my brothers. I'm never going to vote for that. Now, where do I come up with this figure of $1.5 trillion? Well, the first thing that the socialists and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez is asking us to do is to repeal the health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill. We just passed them. We just passed them. Here it is, Subtitle B, Health in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now, we didn't cut Medicaid in the One Big Beautiful Bill. In fact, under our bill, Medicaid is going to increase 2% a year over the next 10 years. Now, what we did by reforming Medicaid, which Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez wants us to reverse, we cut out the waste and the fraud. For example, we found out that there are, no kidding, I'm not just making this up, we found out that there are 2.8 million people on Medicaid who are double dipping in America. They're either signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and Mississippi, double dipping, or they're signing up for Medicaid in Louisiana and they're signing up for the Obamacare subsidies. That's called cheating. Our bill would put an end to that. And it would save about $140 billion on 10 years. The socialist wing of the Democratic Party and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez want us to reverse that. The second thing we did in our health care reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill is to say you've got to stop lying when you apply for Medicaid. Under President Obama, we had virtually no eligibility checks. People could walk in and the Medicaid folks would say, how much do you make a year? And they could say $30,000 a year. And they'd say, okay, you qualify. Now, I trust people. I've said it before on this floor. I play cards with my friends all the time. They're friends. I cut the cards anyway. We have found, for example, just in Louisiana, we did a statistical sample of the people on Medicaid in Louisiana. Our auditors found 1,600 people on Medicaid making $100,000 a year or more. That's cheating. So our bill put an end to that. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of the Democratic Party want us to put it back. They want to let people cheat. What else are the socialists asking for in this $1.5 trillion? Well, they're saying we don't want people who can work to work. We put a provision in our bill that the Congresswoman and the socialist wing of her party want us to take out that says, look, if you're between the ages of 19 and 64 and you're able-bodied, we're not talking about a mother with a sick child in her arms, you're able-bodied, you're perfectly healthy, and you don't have any dependent kids at home, then if you qualify based on income, we'll give you Medicaid, but you have to work. You have to work 20 hours a week or go to school 20 hours a week or do community service 20 hours a week, because the free enterprise system jobs have done more to lift people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. That's what's called a work requirement. What's wrong with that? Those who can't work should work. Our welfare programs were meant to be bridges, not parking lots. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist wing of her party want us to reverse all of that. What else do they want us to do? Well, they're upset at us over the Affordable Care Act. Now, let me tell you what all this is about with the Affordable Care Act. Under Obamacare, if you are a low-income American, you're entitled to Medicaid. If you are a middle-income American, you have a job, then chances are you get insurance through your employer. Most people do. But if you're in the middle, you make a little more money than the poverty level, but you can't get insurance through your employer, we provide what's called the Obamacare exchanges. So when we talk about the Obamacare subsidies, that's what we're talking about. It's about 24 million people. And it was meant for people, for lower income people. Up until 2019, it was all for low income people. And then in 2019, without any Republican votes, President Obama said, look, we're in a pandemic. We're going to raise the limit. We're going to say there are no income limits on Obamacare paid for by the taxpayer. We've got 24 million people on Obamacare. When they raised the limits, you can make any amount of money and still get a subsidy. That added about 1.6 million people on Obamacare. Obamacare was meant for people who make from roughly $30,000 a year to $130,000 a year, families of four. Now, because President Biden raised the cap, we've got people making $600,000 a year, $150,000 a year, families making $200,000 a year, getting subsidies from the American taxpayer. Why? Because they said we needed it in the pandemic. The pandemic is over. And that's why the Democrats, when they passed the bill, put in a provision that says at the end of this year, those extra subsidies are going to end. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez says no. Until you agree to let them continue, to let anybody at any income level get subsidies, we're going to shut government down. That's their third demand. And that is part of the $1.5 trillion. And finally, of course, the Congresswoman is saying we want you to give $500 billion, not $500,000, not $500 million, $500 billion. We want you to give $500 billion to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting because we like what they say. Well, we just eliminated money for all forms of media in the Affordable Care Act. Now, those are the demands. Those are the demands. I'll mention one more. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez got very, very upset, as did the socialist wing of her party, when the president sent over what's called a rescission package. Basically, President Trump just said, we want you to take some stuff out of the budget that we think is wasteful. And we did. And that upset the Congresswoman. She's entitled to be upset if she wants to. But that really upset the socialist wing of the party. And so we took out, and here's what they want us to put back in. We found that under President Biden, they were spending $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. We took that out. The Congresswoman says, we're going to shut down government till you put that back in. We found $500,000 of American taxpayer money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. It was in the budget under President Biden. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in. I'll just read you a few more that we took out. They are demanding we put back in. $6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia. $4.2 million. We took it out. The Congresswoman and the socialist wing of their party says we got to put that back in for the open government. $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda. I could spend the rest of the afternoon here. We took all that out. It upset Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It upset the socialist wing of her party. And now that wing of her party and the Congresswoman are threatening all other Democrats and saying, you've got to shut that government down until we get what we want. And part of what they want is to add this kind of stuff back into the bill. And that's what this fight is all about. We're in the process of negotiating a budget with our Democratic friends. We ran out of time. The cutoff was midnight Tuesday night. That's when the clock struck midnight and the budget ran out. What we had asked for and what we're still asking for is let's continue to negotiate, we meaning the Republicans and the Democrats, for 6 more weeks and try to agree on a budget. That's all we're asking. We're not asking for any additional appropriations, any conditions, any stipulations. All we're asking for is what we call a clean CR. All we're asking for is just further negotiate. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, who has done a stellar job in rising to the leadership of her party as a member of the socialist wing. They're about to elect a socialist mayor of New York. I think Mr. Mamdani's going to win. They have said to our request, let's just continue the status quo for 6 more weeks. They said, we'll give you 6 more weeks if you will give us $1.5 trillion. That's what they're demanding. And that's why we're shut down. Now, let me say it again, Mr. President. I don't hate anybody. This is America. I sure don't hate the Congresswoman. She is entitled to her opinion, but I'm entitled to mine. And she can criticize my policy positions, but I'm entitled to criticize hers. And I'm here to tell you, Mr. President, in front of God and country, based on her policy positions that she's demanding, based on her policy positions that she is demanding, that I just outlined, $1.5 trillion of pure, unadulterated spending porn. Based on that demand, based on her policy positions, the American people are looking at her and saying, this person has single-handedly put an end to dumb blonde jokes. Because that is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Based on her policy positions, $1.5 trillion of this kind of spending porn, the American people are looking at the Congresswoman and saying, with respect, she must be bilingual. She must speak English and stupid. And that's why we're not agreeing to it. Now, I know every one of my Democratic colleagues, and I know more than half of them know better. They know what we're asking for is reasonable. I'm just asking them to meet us halfway. We're not asking for any additional provisions. They shouldn't ask for any additional provisions. And let us just open back up and continue to negotiate for 6 weeks. Don't be scared of the Congresswoman. Don't be scared of the socialist wing of your party. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
On your next trip to pick up groceries, you could see shoppers locked and loaded. Publix confirms it will allow people to open carry inside its stores. Reaction here in Hollywood is mixed.
I come from Virginia.
Yeah.
And they have open carry up there. I have for years. Not a big deal at all.
I like Westerns, but I don't want to see nobody walking around with a weapon on their side.
I don't know. I'd be kind of put off.
It's been nearly 2 weeks since open carry has been ruled legal in Florida. It's not anything goes, though. Statewide, there are still restrictions for people under 21. You can't be a felon. And private businesses can refuse it, like competitor Winn-Dixie. Its parent company telling Local 10, our policy remains unchanged. We do not permit open carry of firearms inside our stores. Any gun sightings here?
No, I haven't.
No, not so far.
On your next trip to pick up groceries, you could see shoppers locked and loaded. Publix confirms it will allow people to open carry inside its stores. Reaction here in Hollywood is mixed.
I come from Virginia.
Yeah.
And they have
I kind of frozen. It was amazing, unexpected. And I thought, oh, wow, so much gold. What am I going to do?
For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a city wrapped in stone and mystery. Beneath its narrow streets and ancient walls lie layers of history, each one stacked upon the other like chapters in a book no one has finished reading. At its heart is the city of David, the small ridge where the story of Israel's greatest king was said to begin. The Bible tells us that King David conquered this fortress, turned it into his capital, and built a palace that stood as the seat of his power. But for centuries, archaeologists argued, was this real history, or just a legend told to inspire scattered people? Dig after dig yielded fragments, walls, pottery, tunnels, but no palace. Scholars concluded David was little more than a tribal chief, his so-called kingdom, a glorified village. And then came Dr. Eilat Mazar. Born into a dynasty of archaeologists, she defied academic convention. Where others dismissed the Bible as myth, she read it as a map. Her quest was not just to find artifacts. It was to prove the stories written in Scripture had flesh, blood, and stone behind them. Before her death in 2021, she made a confession. She believed she had found the remains of King David's palace. Massive walls, clay seals bearing names straight out of Scripture, and a fortress that matched the Bible's description. To some, she was a visionary. To others, a dreamer chasing shadows. But what she revealed may be the closest we have ever come to uncovering the truth. Eilat Mazar's story begins long before she ever picked up a trowel. Born in Jerusalem in 1956, she grew up surrounded by history, not just in the landscape of her city, but at her own family's dinner table. Her grandfather, Benjamin Mazar, was one of Israel's most respected archaeologists, credited with groundbreaking excavations near the Temple Mount. His work shaped the very foundation of modern Israeli archaeology. For Eilat, history was never just dates and ruins. It was family tradition. From an early age, she showed an unusual fascination with the Bible. While most children read the stories of David and Goliath or Solomon's Temple as fables, Eilat absorbed them as historical records waiting to be proven. She saw in them not just lessons of faith, but clues, geographical hints, architectural details, and narrative breadcrumbs that might lead to real places buried beneath her city. By the time she was a student, it was clear she would follow the same path as her grandfather. Yet she also stood apart. In the academic world, relying on the Bible to guide excavations was controversial. Many scholars insisted that archaeology should be independent, guided by physical evidence alone. To them, biblical archaeology was a tainted phrase, a practice too easily colored by faith and politics. Eilat disagreed. She believed the Bible was not merely spiritual literature, but a historical document, no different from Egyptian inscriptions or Assyrian tablets. To ignore it, she argued, was to throw away one of the most valuable records of the ancient Near East. Her conviction gave her both admirers and enemies. In lecture halls, she was often dismissed as naive. Colleagues muttered that she was chasing legends. But in the field, shovel in hand, she was relentless. For her, archaeology was not just a career. It was a mission to bridge the gap between scripture and stone. That mission narrowed to one figure, King David. To Eilat, proving David's kingdom was real meant proving that the Bible's grand narratives were rooted in history, not myth. She wasn't looking for small finds. She wanted the palace, the beating heart of David's reign. If she could uncover that, it would be one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the modern age. Others had tried and failed, but Eilat had something they lacked: the stubborn faith that the Bible itself held the directions. To understand Mazar's search, you have to understand the place she focused on, the city of David. Today, it is a narrow ridge just south of Jerusalem's old city, overshadowed by the gleaming dome of the rock and the walls built centuries later by Ottoman sultans. But in David's time, around the 10th century BCE, this ridge was Jerusalem. According to scripture, it was originally a Jebusite stronghold, thought to be impregnable. The locals mocked David and his men, boasting that even the blind and the lame could defend it. But the Israelites found a weakness: a water shaft that led from the Gihon spring into the city. By sneaking through this lifeline, David's men captured the fortress. From that day, it was known as the City of David, and from its heights, a kingdom began to spread. For archaeologists, the City of David has always been a magnet. In the 19th century, British explorer Charles Warren tunneled through its bedrock, mapping out the ancient water system and identifying what became known as Warren's Shaft. His discoveries gave the first glimpse of how old Jerusalem really was. A century later, Kathleen Kenyon, one of the most renowned archaeologists of her time, dug into the same ridge. Her conclusion was devastating for biblical literalists. She argued Jerusalem in David's time was nothing more than a small hill village. No palace, no grand kingdom, just a modest settlement. Benjamin Mazar, Eilat's grandfather, also excavated in Jerusalem, but he focused his efforts closer to the Temple Mount. He revealed remarkable finds, but never uncovered the palace. By the early 2000s, the academic consensus was clear. If David existed at all, he was a minor chieftain. The glorious empire described in the Bible was an exaggeration, written centuries later. The palace was a myth. But Eilat Mazar refused to accept that. She believed the problem wasn't that David's palace didn't exist, it was that archaeologists had been looking in the wrong place. To her, the answer was hidden in plain sight, buried in the very ridge where the story began. The city of David still held its secrets, and she was determined to uncover them. For years, archaeologists combed the city of David without finding a royal palace. Theories collapsed, digs stalled, and many gave up. But Eilat Mazar believed everyone was overlooking the obvious. Her guiding light was not an inscription, not a shard of pottery, but a single verse from the Bible. In the second book of Samuel, chapter 5, verse 11, it reads, "And Hiram king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and carpenters, and masons, and they built David a house." To Mazar, this wasn't just poetic flourish. It was a blueprint. The verse revealed three important details. First, that David's palace was constructed with cedar wood, a Phoenician luxury material not native to Israel. Second, skilled foreign craftsmen were involved, meaning the building was of monumental scale. And third, that the palace was considered important enough to record in Israel's central historical text. If Tyrian builders came to Jerusalem, they would not have built a hut on a village hilltop. They would have constructed a monumental residence fit for royalty. That single verse convinced Mazar that David's palace must have been both real and extraordinary. Her next question was location. Where in the city of David would such a building stand? For her, the answer was clear: on the highest and most defensible point, overlooking the city below. That place was the Ophel, the elevated ridge that connected the city of David to the Temple Mount. On that ridge stood the stepped stone structure, a massive man-made terrace of stones stacked into a hillside. Archaeologists had long debated its purpose. Some said it was just a retaining wall. Others believed it was part of a fortress. But in the Bible there is a reference to the Milo, a great supporting structure that David and Solomon fortified. To Mazar, the stepped stone structure and the biblical Milo were one and the same. And if that were true, then the palace would have been built directly above it. Her colleagues dismissed the idea. They warned her she was leaning too heavily on the Bible, allowing faith to cloud judgment. But Eilat saw it differently. If we treat the Bible like any other historical document, she once argued, it can guide us to where the stones are buried. In 2005, she decided to put her theory to the test. She applied for permission to dig at the top of the stepped stone structure. Many in the archaeological community watched with skepticism, some even with amusement. Could she really find David's palace based on one verse of scripture? Eilat didn't care what they thought. She had her location, she had her team, and she had her conviction. The city of David was about to reveal its secrets. Summer in Jerusalem can be brutal. The air hangs dry, the sun scorches the hills, and the stones themselves radiate heat like ovens. But in 2005, none of that mattered to Eilat Mazar and her team as they broke ground on their most ambitious dig yet. They set up camp on the northern edge of the city of David, just above the great terrace of stones that had puzzled archaeologists for over a century. Mazar believed she was standing on the doorstep of King David's palace. Others scoffed, but she pressed forward. The work was painstaking. Layers of dust, rubble, and centuries of collapsed houses had to be cleared away. Every stone was catalogued, every fragment of pottery carefully brushed and bagged. Archaeology, despite its romantic image, is slow and exhausting work. Progress came bucket by bucket. And then, as the days turned into weeks, something unexpected began to appear. Beneath the debris, the team uncovered walls. Thick walls, not the kind used for common houses, but walls made from massive, well-cut stones. They stretched deep into the hillside, forming the outline of a structure unlike anything ordinary. Even more telling was the pottery they found buried in the soil layers alongside the walls. Archaeologists often date ruins by pottery because styles changed over the centuries. The fragments discovered here match the period of the Iron Age, around the 10th century BCE, the era traditionally associated with King David. This was no shepherd's village. Whoever had built these walls had resources, power, and access to skilled craftsmen. Still, Mazar knew caution was essential. A grand building alone wasn't proof of David's palace. Jerusalem had been occupied and rebuilt countless times over the centuries. These walls could belong to a later king, or perhaps to a fortress or administrative center. But she felt certain she was closing in on something monumental. The deeper they dug, the larger the structure appeared. And beneath every layer of soil, the story of Jerusalem seemed to whisper back at her, "Keep going." The world of archaeology was watching closely, many hoping to see her fail. But what she unearthed next would silence even her harshest critics, at least for a moment. As excavation continued, the scale of the discovery grew. The walls weren't just thick, they were massive, built from enormous dressed stones carefully carved and fitted together. Some weighed several tons. This was not the architecture of a village. This was the work of a powerful kingdom. The layout revealed the footprint of a monumental building, far larger than anything previously uncovered from this period in Jerusalem. There were signs of a gatehouse and what may have been a defensive tower. The structure dominated the landscape, commanding the ridge above the city of David. Mazar called it the large stone structure. But to her, it was more than just large. It was royal. The craftsmanship, the size, and the strategic location all pointed to a building of immense importance. For the first time, The possibility of a real Davidic palace was no longer fantasy. This was the kind of structure described in 2 Samuel, a palace fit for a king. Pottery fragments provided critical dating evidence. Many belonged to the Iron Age 2A, which scholars place around the 10th century BCE. That was precisely the time when David and Solomon would have ruled. Even skeptics admitted the discovery was extraordinary, but the true weight of the find lay in what it implied. If Jerusalem had buildings of this scale in the 10th century, then it wasn't a mere hilltop village. It was a political and administrative center, the capital of a kingdom. That directly challenged the dominant scholarly view that David's reign was a myth or a minor tribal chiefdom exaggerated by later writers. Still, the debate raged. Could this really be David's palace? Or was it another important building from a later time? Critics were quick to point out that without an inscription, the connection remained speculative. But Mazar wasn't done, because just as the walls were impressive, the ground around them held something even more compelling. Objects small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, but powerful enough to shake the world of archaeology. They were seals, bully, pressed with the names of figures pulled straight from the Bible, and with them, the line between scripture and history began to blur. For centuries, archaeologists puzzled over the massive stepped stone structure. Rising like a giant staircase on the slope of the city of David, it seemed less like a building than a colossal retaining wall designed to support the ridge above. But to Mazar, this feature was not just an engineering marvel, it was the biblical Millo. The Hebrew word Millo means fill, and the Bible records that both David and Solomon fortified it. In 2 Samuel 5:9 it reads, "So David dwelt in the fort, and called it the city of David, and David built round about from the Millo inward." Most scholars considered the term too vague to identify. To Mazar, however, the description matched perfectly. The stepped stone structure was a massive fill of stones, precisely the kind of rampart the verse described. And crucially, the large stone structure, the building she believed to be David's palace, was built directly on top of it. This changed everything. If her interpretation was right, the two structures were not separate mysteries but parts of one grand complex, the fortress and palace of King David. Strategically, it made sense. The Millo created a fortified base that stabilized the slope, while the palace at its summit commanded the highest point of the city. Anyone entering Jerusalem would have seen it looming above them, a visible symbol of royal power. Militarily, it made the king's residence almost untouchable. Politically, it placed him at the literal center of his capital. Her colleagues remained skeptical. Some said the Millo could have been a support for houses or terraces, nothing more. Others argued it dated later, to the time of the Judean kings. But for Mazar, the pieces fit too perfectly to ignore. The palace was not an isolated building. It was part of a larger defensive and administrative system, the very system described in the Bible. If true, it meant David's palace had not just been found. It had been hiding in plain sight all along, sitting atop the fortress that bore his name. The discoveries electrified the public. Headlines declared that David's palace had been found. Tours to the city of David's site surged. Visitors marveled at the towering stones and imagined the biblical king walking the same ground. But in academia, the response was anything but unanimous. Skeptics pointed out that the large stone structure could have been anything: a fortress, a storehouse, even an administrative building. Without an inscription saying, "This is the palace of King David," the claim remained speculative. Some argued the dating was off. They insisted Jerusalem did not reach monumental scale until the 9th or even 8th century BCE, later than David's supposed reign. From their perspective, the pottery evidence could just as easily fit those later centuries. Others suggested the building might have belonged to a different king entirely, perhaps one of David's descendants. Yes, it was grand. Yes, it was early. But was it David's? That was the leap they refused to make. The Belay, too, came under scrutiny. Critics noted that the seals of Hezekiah, Gedaliah, and Jehukal belonged to the 7th and 8th centuries BCE, not the 10th. They proved the site was used later, but not that David himself had lived there. Mazar countered each criticism with conviction. The pottery styles, the stratigraphy, and the sheer scale of the structure pointed to the 10th century. The later seals, she argued, simply showed the building's continuous use across generations. That was exactly what one would expect from a royal palace, rebuilt, reused, and occupied for centuries. The debate grew fierce. On one side were biblical archaeologists and scholars willing to see the Bible as history. On the other were revisionists, who argued the stories of David and Solomon were written centuries later and inflated into myths. Mazar's work forced a shift in the conversation. The question was no longer, did David exist, but how powerful was he? To her supporters, the discovery was groundbreaking. To her critics, it was a dangerous overreach. To the public, it was thrilling, a tangible connection to one of history's most legendary kings. And to Mazar herself, it was vindication. By 2010, Eilat Mazar had already shaken the archaeological world with her claims about the palace. But she wasn't finished. She shifted her team's focus slightly north to the Ophel, the ridge linking the city of David to the Temple Mount. There she uncovered yet another piece of the puzzle, a massive fortification wall. The wall was no ordinary barrier. Its stones were enormous, stacked with precision into a line that stretched across the hillside. Alongside it, her team found the ruins of a royal gatehouse. These were not defensive structures for a village. They were monumental works of architecture, the kind that could only be built by a centralized, powerful government. Once again, pottery provided the key to dating. The shards buried within the foundation layers were from the Iron Age, specifically the 10th century BCE, the time of David and Solomon. To Mazar, the implications were staggering. If Jerusalem had such walls and gates in the 10th century, then it was not a modest outpost. It was a fortified capital, exactly as the Bible described. The discovery gave weight to the argument that Jerusalem had been a major city during the United Monarchy. To critics, it was more evidence to wrestle with, even if they remained unconvinced about the palace itself. But to Mazar, the wall and the palace were part of the same story, a city transformed from a Canaanite stronghold into the capital of a kingdom. Standing before the massive stones, she felt vindicated. The city of David was revealing itself not as legend, but as living history. For Eilat Mazar, the search for David's city was never just about walls and palaces. It was also about strategy, how ancient kings made Jerusalem not only powerful but survivable. That meant water. The Gihon Spring was Jerusalem's only natural water source in the 10th century BCE. Whoever controlled it controlled the city. According to the Bible, David captured Jerusalem through its water system. 2 Samuel 5:8 records that Joab, David's general, entered the city through the water shaft. For decades, scholars doubted this. 19th century explorer Charles Warren had discovered a vertical shaft near the Gihon, later named Warren's Shaft. But it seemed too narrow and impractical for soldiers to climb. Critics concluded the story was legendary. Mazar revisited the evidence. In her final years, she argued that the so-called Fortress of Zion was not just a single wall or tower, but the entire fortified system around the Gihon Spring. Protecting the spring would have been Jerusalem's top priority, and it explained why David's men would target it. Her interpretation reframed the story. David didn't need to scale an impossible shaft. He needed only to seize the defenses of the water system, cutting off the city's lifeline. In that moment, the impregnable Jebusite fortress became his. This insight tied the archaeology to the biblical narrative once again. It wasn't just about grand palaces, but about practical survival and military strategy. To Mazar, it was yet another sign that the Bible's stories were rooted in real events, anchored in the stones of Jerusalem. When Dr. Eilat Mazar passed away in 2021, she left behind more than just excavation reports and academic debates. She left behind a vision of Jerusalem where faith and history intertwined, where the words of Scripture rose from the dust in stone walls, clay seals, and fortified terraces. Her discoveries, the large stone structure, the bully bearing names from the Bible, the massive city wall, and her reinterpretation of the water system, ignited a debate that still rages today. Did she truly find the palace of King David? Skeptics argue the evidence is circumstantial, that the structure could have been a fortress or an administrative building. Supporters point to the scale, the pottery, and the biblical connections as proof that David's Jerusalem was real, powerful, and monumental. What cannot be denied is that Eilat Mazar changed the conversation. Before her, many scholars dismissed David as little more than a myth. After her, The question was no longer, did David exist? But how powerful was he? In the end, perhaps we will never find a stone carved with the words, "This is the palace of King David." Archaeology rarely gives us certainties that are neat, but what Mazar uncovered brings us closer than anyone else has before. Her final confession was not a claim of absolute proof, but a statement of conviction. She believed she had found the heart of David's Jerusalem, and in that belief, she reminded the world that sometimes the stories we call legends are built on stones that still lie beneath our feet. The city of David remains a place of mystery, its secrets buried deep. But thanks to Eilat Mazar, we now know that within those stones, the echoes of an ancient kingdom still whisper. So, what do you think? Did Eilat Mazar uncover King David's palace? Or are the stones keeping their secret a little longer?
Cholula is near Puebla, which is east of Mexico City, a couple of hours east, and it has the largest pyramid in the world. It's bigger than the Great Pyramid, it's bigger than any other ones.
It's not as tall as the Great Pyramids in Egypt. The base area of the Great Pyramid here at Cholula is over 1,000 feet on each side.
I don't think this. It doesn't look like a pyramid to me.
It looks like a hill.
Yeah. How old is this pyramid?
Oh, 800 years before Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Deep inside the Great Pyramid of Cholula, hidden for thousands of years, archaeologists have uncovered secrets that could change the way we see history. From tunnels and hidden chambers to ancient rituals, human burials, and mysterious artifacts, every discovery tells a story. What could this mean for our future? Join us as we uncover the story behind this mind-blowing discovery.
All right, now I'm at the bottom, and as you can see behind me, it's starting to look more pyramid-like. Here you can sort of sense the scale of this place. It's absolutely enormous. And even though it's not that tall, it is very wide.
Cholula, the hidden giant of Mexico. Nestled just 6 kilometers west of the bustling city of Puebla lies the city of Cholula, a place steeped in history, mystery, and remarkable ancient achievements. This city is home to one of the most fascinating archaeological wonders in the world, the Great Pyramid of Cholula. Situated specifically in the San Andres Cholula municipality, the pyramid sits at the heart of the city, marking the boundary between the two municipal areas of San Andres and San Pedro. This division has deep historical roots, dating back to the 12th century when the Toltec Chichimeca people conquered the city, pushing the Olmeca Xicalanga inhabitants to the southern part of the area. The Olmeca Xicalanga continued to use the pyramid as a sacred religious center, while the new rulers built a separate temple for Quetzalcoatl near the location where the San Gabriel Monastery now stands. The Toltec Chichimecas gave Cholula the name Tlachihualtepetl, which translates to artificial hill, highlighting their recognition of the pyramid as a monumental human creation. The name Cholula itself comes from the ancient Nahuatl word Chololan, meaning place of refuge, a name that echoes through the city's long and often turbulent history. Long before the Spanish arrived, the Great Pyramid served as a critical religious and mythical hub, drawing people from surrounding areas. Over nearly 1,000 years, successive generations of builders added layer upon layer to the structure, gradually transforming it into the enormous pyramid we see today. By volume, it became the largest pyramid in Mexico, and remarkably, the largest man-made monument ever built anywhere in the world. Construction of this massive pyramid unfolded in 4 main stages, beginning around the 3rd century BC and continuing until the 9th century AD. Each phase added new layers and complexity to the structure, all dedicated to the worship of Quetzalcoatl, one of the most important deities of the time. The pyramid spans 300 meters by 315 meters at its base and rises 25 meters high. According to records, its total volume is estimated at over 4,450,000 cubic meters, a figure far exceeding that of the taller Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt, which has a volume of about 2,500,000 cubic meters. The culture of Cholula shared many similarities with Teotihuacan, especially in pottery and artistic styles, suggesting strong connections between these ancient cities. Both sites saw a decline around the same time, marking the end of an era in central Mexico. The post-classic Nahua people referred to the pyramid as Tlaxihualtepetl, or handmade mountain, reflecting their belief that the colossal structure was the work of human hands rather than the product of divine beings. At the height of its influence, Cholula was a thriving metropolis, with an estimated population of 100,000 residents, making it the second largest city in pre-Hispanic Mexico. Yet, in the 8th century, the city experienced a sharp population decline. While people gradually abandoned the Great Pyramid during this period, its importance as a sacred site did not fade. The pyramid remained central to religious ceremonies and local traditions, even as the population shrank. Historical records describe Cholula as a place of refuge, referring to its ancient name Chololan, which meant the place of those who fled. This designation recalls the arrival of the Toltec Chichimeca people, who came fleeing from their previous capital, Tolantzicocotitlan, and eventually conquered Cholula. Local codices, such as the Toltec Chichimec history, mention an Olmec Xicallanca lord named Aquiach Amapane, who resided at the Great Pyramid. When the Toltec Chichimecas took control in the 12th century, the religious focus shifted away from the pyramid to a new temple in a different part of the city. Even long after the post-classic period, when the pyramid was no longer the main religious center, people continued to bury their dead around its base, a testament to its enduring spiritual significance. By the time the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, the Great Pyramid was overgrown and largely hidden beneath the earth. The Spanish built a church on its summit in 1594, the Iglesia de Nuestra Señora de los Remedios, also known as the Sanctuary of the Virgin of Remedies. This church, which remains a major pilgrimage site today, sits atop the pyramid and symbolizes the blending of ancient indigenous beliefs with colonial Catholic traditions. Across Latin America, it was common for the Catholic Church to build over pre-existing sacred sites, honoring their importance while introducing new religious practices. Exploration of the pyramid began in earnest in the early 20th century. In 1931, architect Ignacio Marquina started creating tunnels within the structure to uncover its hidden chambers. Over the next few decades, the excavation progressed steadily. By 1954, the network of tunnels reached nearly 8 kilometers, or 5 miles, allowing archaeologists to navigate the interior and study its construction techniques. Despite its enormous size, the Great Pyramid is initially deceiving. From the outside, it resembles a natural hill rather than a man-made structure. This natural appearance, coupled with the colonial era, church on its summit, masks the remarkable scale and complexity hidden beneath. The pyramid's tunnels stretch for miles, yet the site has not been fully excavated or restored like the smaller pyramids of Teotihuacan. This is partly because of the church's historic and religious significance, which protects the pyramid from full-scale archaeological intervention. Today, Cholula's Great Pyramid continues to captivate visitors from around the world. Pilgrims climb to the church at the top, while tourists explore the tunnels below, walking through centuries of human history hidden beneath the surface. The site hosts a variety of ceremonies and celebrations that honor both indigenous traditions and Catholic customs, reflecting the city's layered past. The blending of cultures, the sheer magnitude of the pyramid, and the stories of the people who built and worshipped there make Cholula a place of enduring fascination. Walking through the city, it is easy to forget that beneath its streets and buildings lies a monument that dwarfs almost all other structures in the world. But what is truly hidden inside this pyramid? Inside the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Cholula, also known as Tlachihualtepetl, is a monumental structure located in Cholula, Puebla, Mexico. Renowned as the largest pyramid by volume in the world, it stands as a testament to the architectural prowess and spiritual devotion of ancient Mesoamerican civilizations. Its excavation has unveiled a rich tapestry of history, revealing layers of construction, ceremonial spaces, and intricate murals that offer a glimpse into the lives of its creators. Excavations of the pyramid began in the early 20th century, with significant efforts starting in the 1930s. Archaeologists initiated tunnels within the pyramid to confirm its existence beneath the hill. Over time, these explorations expanded, uncovering approximately 8 kilometers of tunnels that revealed the pyramid's vastness and complexity. These tunnels, along with various structures and altars, have provided invaluable insights into the pyramid's purpose and the rituals performed there. The pyramid's construction is characterized by multiple layers, each representing different periods and architectural styles. The earliest known structure, Building A, also called La Conejera, dates back to pre-Teotihuacan times. Built with an adobe core, it was relatively simple compared to later constructions. Over time, the pyramid expanded, with subsequent layers incorporating more complex designs and materials. Building B, or the Pyramid of the Painted Skulls, constructed between 200 and 350 AD, introduced the talud tablero architectural style. This structure featured 7-stepped levels with an adobe nucleus, finished with adobe and rock, and smoothed with earth mixed with lime to create a painting surface. The walls were adorned with murals depicting ceremonial scenes, offering a glimpse into the rituals performed by the inhabitants. Building F, dating from between 500 and 700 AD, is a stone stairway consisting of 3 levels with large taluds facing west. The tableros are decorated with a motif resembling a woven palm mat, created by sculpting stones and placing them like a mosaic. This structure, also known as the Piedra Labrada building, showcases the advanced engineering skills of its builders. Adjacent to the pyramid lies the Courtyard of Altars, a complex of buildings on the south side of the pyramid. Excavated between 1967 and the 1970s, this area is named for the various altars found here. The courtyard consists of a large open area bordered by the pyramid to the north and raised platforms to the east and west. These platforms, known as Patio Sureste and Gran Plaza Suroeste, are similar to those in the Northeast Plaza, but are positioned against the side of the main pyramid, amplifying the patio's hierarchical and ritual nature. The Courtyard of Altars was likely used for large, spectacular ceremonies and rites associated with the passing of power. The taluds are wide, characteristic of Cholula's architectural style, and decorated with moldings consisting of T formations. The tableros were painted with aquatic symbols and bands of red, blue, yellow, and black. The access to the 2 main platforms and the side of the pyramid are marked by wide stairs. The Gran Plaza Suroeste shows strong Teotihuacan influence, with 4 rooms over taluds that surround a patio. One of these rooms contains a model of a pyramid base that may represent the Grand Pyramid in miniature. Several other buildings and structures have been uncovered around the pyramid, each contributing to the understanding of its significance. Building I, located on a platform affixed to the southwest side of the pyramid, was unearthed during a brief excavation period. It contained 3 burials and ceramics similar to those found at the altar of the sculpted skulls, dating it to the late Cholula pre-Hispanic period. The Northeast Plaza, discovered in the 1930s, contains 3 pyramid-shaped structures in talud tablero style, though in poor condition. The bases of these structures were painted with black squares, vaguely resembling the niches of El Tajín, indicating cultural influences and connections within Mesoamerica. The Great Pyramid of Cholula stands as a monumental achievement in ancient architecture and a symbol of the rich cultural and spiritual life of its creators. Through meticulous excavation and study, archaeologists have uncovered layers of history, revealing a complex society with advanced engineering skills and profound religious beliefs. The pyramid's elements, from its layered construction to its ceremonial spaces, offer a window into the past, allowing us to appreciate the ingenuity and devotion of those who built it. However, the pyramid has gained attention once again after a recent archaeological discovery. Recent archaeological discoveries. The Great Pyramid of Cholula has long fascinated historians, archaeologists, and travelers alike. Rising gently above the city of Puebla, its true majesty is hidden beneath layers of earth and time. Recent restoration and excavation work at this remarkable site have revealed astonishing secrets that help us understand the spiritual life, rituals, and cultural traditions of ancient Cholula. These discoveries are not just stones and bones. They are a window into the lives and beliefs of the people who once gathered here in devotion, celebration, and fear. During the latest restoration efforts, archaeologists uncovered a wide range of artifacts and features that tell a story of the pyramid's construction, use, and transformation across centuries. Among the most striking discoveries was the adobe core, found during the 5th stage of construction. Dating back to the end of the Classic period, between 100 and 600 AD, this adobe core provides a remarkable glimpse into the building techniques of ancient architects. Made of sun-dried mud bricks, the core shows not only technical skill, but also the careful planning that went into creating one of the largest pyramids in the world. This core forms the heart of the pyramid and represents the foundation upon which countless rituals and ceremonies would later be conducted. In addition to structural discoveries, the team found pre-Hispanic braziers near the pyramid stairway. These braziers, used for burning offerings, suggest that ritualistic practices were a regular part of daily life around the pyramid. They provide evidence that the pyramid was not only an architectural wonder, but also a sacred space where fire played a central role in spiritual communication. The placement of these braziers near the stairway might indicate that ascending the pyramid was itself a ritual journey, a path that pilgrims and worshippers followed to connect with the gods above. Among the most fascinating finds was a sculpture of Tlaloc, the revered rain god. Water was central to life in ancient Mesoamerica, and Tlaloc was believed to control the vital rains that nourished crops and sustained communities. The presence of this sculpture indicates that rituals dedicated to ensuring sufficient rainfall were conducted at the pyramid. It also reflects the close relationship between religion and agriculture, showing how the people of Cholula understood and respected the forces of nature. The sculpture is not only a work of art, but also a symbol of devotion and hope, reminding us that the ancients looked to the divine for protection and sustenance. Perhaps the most chilling yet enlightening discoveries were the human remains found within the pyramid. Archaeologists uncovered over 400 burials, most dating to the post-classic period, a time long after the pyramid's use as a temple had ended. These burials reveal that the site remained an important center of worship and ritual, even as the city evolved. Among the remains were victims of human sacrifice, some showing signs of decapitation and other forms of ritualized death. These sacrifices may have been intended to honor the gods or to secure blessings such as rain, fertility, or protection from disease. While unsettling to modern sensibilities, these practices were integral to the spiritual and social fabric of ancient Cholula. One particularly touching discovery was made under the slab flooring of the courtyard of altars. Here, the remains of 8 individuals, including several children, were found in ceramic pots. These young sacrifices are believed to have been offered as messengers to Tlaloc, seeking to end droughts and bring vital rain to the community. The careful placement of these remains in pots suggests both reverence and ritual precision. This act was likely seen as a gift to the gods, a desperate but hopeful plea for divine intervention during times of environmental stress. Excavations also revealed disarticulated remains of at least 46 individuals in an altar area at the southwest corner of the pyramid. These included people of all ages and both genders, further demonstrating the communal nature of ritual practices. The altar area itself may have served as a focal point for ceremonies, where the living and the dead were brought together in a symbolic relationship with the divine. Each set of remains tells a story of devotion, sacrifice, and the human desire to reach beyond the ordinary world into the sacred. The significance of these findings cannot be overstated. Together, they paint a vivid picture of life in ancient Cholula. The pyramid was not merely a monument. It was a living center of culture, spirituality, and community. Its stones and artifacts reveal the values, fears, and hopes of the people who built and used it. From the adobe core to the pre-Hispanic braziers, the sculpture of Tlaloc, and the human remains, every discovery adds depth to our understanding of how religion shaped daily life and social organization. Moreover, these findings help us understand the longevity and importance of the Great Pyramid. Even after the main temple ceased active use, the site continued to serve as a sacred space where people were buried and rituals were conducted. This continuity shows the enduring power of the pyramid as a spiritual center, one that transcended individual generations and became woven into the cultural identity of Cholula. The pyramid story is not only one of construction and architecture, but also of faith, sacrifice, and the enduring human quest for connection with the divine. Excavation and restoration work at Cholula remind us that history is never truly silent. Every brick, every tool, every bone carries a message from the past. Archaeologists act as interpreters, helping us hear these messages and understand the lives of people who lived long before us. The Great Pyramid, with its layers of adobe, ceremonial braziers, sacred sculptures, and burial sites, is a testament to human creativity, devotion, and resilience. It teaches us that even structures built thousands of years ago can tell stories as vivid and emotional as any written record. The discoveries also emphasize the sacredness of space in ancient civilizations. The pyramid was not merely a place for public gatherings or aesthetic display. It was a living, breathing center of spiritual activity. Each artifact, from the smallest brazier to the largest sculpture, was part of a network of meaning, designed to honor the gods and maintain cosmic balance. The burials, particularly of children in ceramic pots, remind us of the deeply human emotions behind ritual practices: fear of scarcity, hope for divine favor, and the desire to protect one's community. But what other secrets did the pyramid hold? Keep on watching to find out more. Architectural and structural insights. The Great Pyramid of Cholula is more than a massive mound of earth. It is a living testament to the ingenuity, devotion, and skill of the people who built it. What makes this pyramid truly extraordinary is not just its size, but the way it was built. Unlike many structures that rise all at once, this pyramid grew layer by layer, a process that took centuries. Its design is often compared to a Russian nesting doll, where each new layer was carefully placed over an earlier one, creating a complex and elegant structure that tells the story of generations of builders. The pyramid's multi-layered construction is its most striking feature. Each layer reflects a different period in history, showing changes in style, purpose, and technology. Archaeologists have identified at least 5 major construction stages, each built upon the previous one with meticulous planning. The outer layers were shaped to create a smooth, gentle slope, but inside, the core tells a different story. Here, layers of adobe bricks, stone, and other materials form the skeleton of the pyramid, supporting its immense weight and giving it stability. This layering technique was not only practical, but also symbolic, reflecting the idea that the pyramid itself was a living structure, growing and evolving with the community it served. Inside the pyramid lies a hidden labyrinth of tunnels and chambers. More than 8 kilometers of passageways have been excavated, revealing a complex interior that few can imagine from the outside. These tunnels twist and turn, leading to inner chambers that may have served as ritual spaces, storage areas, or ceremonial platforms. Walking through these passages today gives a sense of awe, as if stepping back in time to a world where the pyramid was alive with activity, footsteps, prayers, and offerings. Each chamber and corridor has been carefully shaped, showing that the builders were not only skilled engineers, but also masters of spatial planning. The construction materials and techniques used at Cholula reflect advanced engineering skills for the time. The pyramid is built primarily of adobe, a sun-dried mud brick that was strong, lightweight, and easy to shape. Stone was also used in key areas, especially for platforms, stairways, and ceremonial spaces, providing durability and strength. Builders carefully layered these materials, using compacted earth to create firm foundations and prevent collapse. The combination of adobe and stone allowed the pyramid to reach its enormous size without compromising stability. The builders also understood the importance of drainage and structural support, creating a design that has allowed the pyramid to endure for thousands of years, despite earthquakes, weather, and human activity. Comparing the Cholula Pyramid to other Mesoamerican pyramids highlights its uniqueness. While pyramids in Teotihuacan, Tenochtitlan, or Monte Alban were impressive, Cholula stands apart because of its enormous base, complex layering, and hidden tunnels. Unlike other pyramids that were built in a single stage, Cholula grew gradually, with each layer representing a new chapter in the city's history. Its interior labyrinth is unmatched, offering a mysterious network of passageways rarely found elsewhere. Even its external shape is different. Most Mesoamerican pyramids rise sharply to a point, while Cholula's gentle slope and massive footprint make it appear almost like a natural hill, masking the intricate structure within. This combination of scale, design, and ingenuity makes the Cholula Pyramid a singular masterpiece, one that reflects both practical engineering and deep spiritual intention. The multi-layered design also tells a story of continuity and change. As each generation added a new layer, they honored the past while creating something new. The pyramid became a living monument, a place where history was written in adobe and stone. Rituals and ceremonies likely continued through each stage, connecting the builders with their ancestors and with the gods they worshipped. The careful planning of tunnels and chambers shows that functionality and spirituality were intertwined. Spaces were designed for offerings, for passage, and for ritual performance, all within a structure that had to withstand the test of time. Walking around the pyramid today, one can almost imagine the builders at work, families carrying mud bricks, artisans shaping stone, priests preparing offerings, and laborers carefully layering each section. Every corner, every slope, every passage tells a story of dedication, skill, and belief. The pyramid's size alone is impressive, but it is the intelligence behind its design that truly captivates. Each layer was added with precision, each tunnel cut with care, each chamber planned with purpose. It is a structure that speaks not only to the hands that built it, but also to the minds that conceived it. Now, let's explore the significance of the pyramid and why it remains so important even today. The cultural and spiritual life of the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid of Cholula is not just a massive structure of adobe and stone. It is the heart of a city, a center of devotion, and a living symbol of culture and faith. For centuries, this pyramid has stood as a ceremonial stage where the spiritual and the earthly meet. Its cultural and religious significance is as deep and layered as its architecture, connecting the ancient past to the present in a story that continues to inspire awe. At the core of its significance is the role the pyramid played in society. It was not simply a monument to be admired, it was a platform for rituals, ceremonies, and sacrifices. Ancient peoples used it to honor their gods, to ask for rain, and to mark important celestial events. The pyramid also served as a place for astronomical observations, showing that the builders were keenly aware of the cycles of the sun, moon, and stars. They carefully aligned the structure with these celestial patterns, weaving the heavens into the daily life of the community. Its presence shaped the city around it, creating a sacred space that influenced social and religious life for generations. Within the pyramid, artistic expressions flourish. Murals and ceramics discovered by archaeologists offer vivid glimpses into ancient life. These artworks depict deities, cosmological themes, and scenes from daily life, blending the spiritual with the ordinary. The murals are not just decorations, they are storytelling tools that communicate beliefs, values, and traditions. Ceramics and other artifacts reveal the intricate ways the people of Cholula express devotion, celebrating both the gods and the community. The combination of art and architecture shows that the pyramid was a place where creativity and spirituality came together, each enhancing the other. The burial practices uncovered at Cholula provide further insight into social hierarchies and religious beliefs. Over 400 human remains have been discovered within the pyramid, ranging from children in ceramic pots to adults who were sacrificed in ritual ceremonies. Analysis of these burials shows that the pyramid was a central place for honoring both the living and the dead. It reveals a society in which religious devotion and social structure were closely intertwined. The placement of individuals, the care and burial, and the offerings left with them all point to a complex system of belief, where death was both a passage and a connection to the divine. Astronomy played a crucial role in the design and use of the pyramid. Astronomical alignments indicate that the structure was intentionally positioned to reflect celestial events. This shows a deep understanding of the cycles of nature and an effort to synchronize human activity with cosmic rhythms. The alignment of the pyramid with the sun, moon, and other celestial bodies suggests that rituals and ceremonies were timed with precision, enhancing their spiritual significance. It is a reminder that the pyramid was not only an earthly structure, but also a bridge to the heavens. Even today, the pyramid remains a vital part of Cholula's cultural and religious life. Modern visitors and worshippers continue to honor it, blending ancient traditions with contemporary faith. Just before the arrival of the Spanish, the pyramid was sacred to Xiucnauhcuiahuitl, the goddess of rain. Her role was later transferred to the Virgin of the Remedies, a Christian figure, while keeping the original veneration date of the 8th of September. On this day, thousands of people gather to honor the Virgin, beginning the night before with lanterns that light up the streets and courtyards. Another major event is the Bajada, held in May and June, when the image of the Virgin is carried down the pyramid to visit neighborhoods across the city for 2 weeks. These events demonstrate how the pyramid continues to serve as a spiritual and communal center, linking generations through shared devotion. Closer to its pre-Hispanic roots, the Quetzalcoatl ritual takes place on the spring equinox. This event blends poetry, indigenous dance, music, and fireworks, drawing tens of thousands of visitors each year. Authorities often restrict access to protect the exposed archaeological areas, highlighting the delicate balance between cultural celebration and preservation. During this ritual, the pyramid comes alive with color, movement, and sound, echoing the ceremonies of centuries past and reminding us that ancient traditions are not lost, but carefully carried forward. The pyramid is also a major tourist attraction, welcoming hundreds of thousands of visitors annually. Tourists explore the tunnels, the Southside Complex, and the site museum, experiencing both the historical and cultural significance of the location. The museum offers a model of the pyramid's layers, a room dedicated to ceramics and recreations of murals, helping visitors visualize the full scope of the ancient city. The tunnels, stretching for 8 kilometers, allow glimpses of the pyramid's hidden interior, though only 800 meters are open to the public. Visitors walk through these passageways, imagining the hands that shaped them and the rituals that took place within. Protection of the pyramid has become a priority for local authorities. A police equestrian unit patrols the archaeological zone to prevent motor vehicles from causing damage. Access is sometimes restricted during major events like the Quetzalcoatl ritual, and fireworks are limited to prevent vibrations from affecting the tunnels. Surrounding land has been purchased and landscaped, creating a buffer zone that preserves the pyramid's sacred and historical integrity. These measures ensure that the site can be enjoyed by future generations while maintaining its spiritual and cultural significance. If you enjoyed this video, like and subscribe, and also click the next video shown on your screen.
Today on Stellar Eureka, we're unearthing 20 crops that refuse to vanish. Some once fed entire villages. Others were so reliable, families bet their winters on them. They might look old-fashioned, but in today's fragile food system, they might just be the smartest vegetables you can grow. In the rolling farmlands of Pennsylvania, where the Amish have tended their crops for centuries, one tomato earned a reputation so enduring that it became a cornerstone of their kitchens, the Amish paste tomato. Unlike the small watery varieties found in supermarkets today, this tomato was bred for substance. Thick and meaty, with dense flesh and barely any seeds, this tomato was built for cooking, not for looks, but for survival. Imagine a wooden farmhouse kitchen, the air filled with the scent of simmering sauce as baskets of these tomatoes are boiled down into thick paste and hearty stews. For Amish families, the crop's reliability mattered just as much as its flavor. Each harvest meant jars of preserved sauce lined up on pantry shelves, ready to last through long winters when fresh vegetables were scarce. It wasn't just food, it was comfort, tradition, and endurance sealed inside glass. This heirloom also tells a story of preservation against the odds. For generations, farmers saved its seeds by hand, resisting the industrial push toward uniform, hybrid crops. And that's why it survives today, not only as a favorite among gardeners for its sweetness and versatility, but as a living legacy of a community that placed sustainability above convenience. But where this crop offered comfort and quiet strength, another would spark excitement with its heat and color, an heirloom that lit up kitchens and carried a very different kind of power. A pepper with stripes? Believe it or not, this little chili isn't just spicy, it's a work of art. The fish pepper grows with cream, green, and red streaks, almost as if a painter brushed each pod by hand. But beauty isn't its only story. In the 19th century, African American communities in the Chesapeake region cultivated fish peppers as a key ingredient in oyster and crab houses. They were never sold in markets or listed in seed catalogs. They lived in backyards and recipes passed hand to hand. This pepper story is rooted in African American and Caribbean communities of the 19th century. In Baltimore and along the Chesapeake Bay, oyster and crab houses relied on it to season their seafood dishes. For years, it thrived in back alley gardens and passed from hand to hand, never written down in seed catalogs. It was a cultural heirloom preserved quietly in kitchens rather than greenhouses. Its near disappearance in the 20th century wasn't due to lack of flavor, but because industrial farming favored uniform, easy-to-store peppers. The fish pepper was too bold, too different, and nearly vanished. What made them special was their versatility. Young, pale peppers added a gentle bite to seafood stews, while mature, fiery red ones brought heat to sauces. For generations, the fish pepper was a secret flavor of Baltimore's food culture until it nearly vanished in the 20th century. Thankfully, Seed Savers rescued it, and today it thrives again as both a culinary treasure and a striking ornamental plant. With its vibrant stripes and rich history, the fish pepper isn't just food, it's a living memory of survival, culture, and strength on a plate. From a pepper that burned bright in hidden kitchens, our journey now rises higher toward a plant that stood like a giant in the fields. With golden faces that followed the sun and seeds that fed both people and animals, this plant became a true symbol of endurance and abundance. If you were walking through an old homestead garden in the 1800s, one plant would have towered over you, the mammoth gray sunflower. Standing at heights of up to 14 feet, with golden heads so wide they could rival a wagon wheel, these sunflowers were far more than decoration. They were survival companions. For generations, farmers planted them not only for their beauty, but also for their practicality. Each head was packed with protein-rich seeds that fed both people and animals, which could be roasted, ground into meals, or pressed for cooking. Families during lean times even brewed the roasted seeds as a coffee substitute when real coffee was scarce. The stalks, strong and woody, sometimes served as makeshift fencing, while the towering plants provided shade for beans, cucumbers, and other crops at their feet. In this way, a sunflower patch became both pantry and protection. But perhaps the greatest story of the mammoth gray is its staying power. Despite the rise of hybrid crops bred for uniformity, this giant heirloom endured, passed down through seed savers who recognized its worth. But while the sunflower ruled the skies with its towering height, another survivor vegetable was busy climbing upward in its own way, a bean that slithered and coiled like a serpent, thriving in poor soil, the rattlesnake pole bean. Named for the purple streaks that curl along its long green pods, this heirloom bean doesn't just look striking, it's earned its reputation as a survivor. Farmers across the American South once relied on it because it produced food when little else would. The vines grew more than 10 feet tall, snaking up poles, fences, or even corn stalks, and continued bearing beans long after other varieties had withered. Even in poor soil, when drought or exhaustion robbed the land of fertility, the rattlesnake pole bean pushed on, filling baskets with pods that could be eaten fresh, stewed into hearty soups, or dried for winter stores. Its beauty was matched by its endurance. Generations of homesteaders saved its seeds, knowing it could be counted on when conditions turned harsh. And while industrial farming later turned to smaller, uniform beans better suited for transport, the rattlesnake pole bean endured in backyard gardens, preserved by those who valued not just its yield, but its history. Once nearly lost, it now thrives again in home gardens, climbing and curling with the same defiance that carried it through centuries. Beneath those vines, another quiet survivor lay waiting, green on the outside, but hiding a golden heart within. This was the long pie pumpkin, a vegetable that proved resilience could be stored all winter. Shaped like an oversized zucchini, this plain-skinned heirloom hides one of New England's most trusted secrets, a pumpkin that stores for months and grows sweeter over time. But beneath that plain skin lies one of New England's most reliable survival foods, a crop prized not for flash, but for endurance. In the 1800s, New England families depended on long pie pumpkins to see them through the harshest winters. While most pumpkins spoiled quickly in storage, these kept for months in cool cellars, stacked in neat rows like insurance against hunger. The longer they rested, the sweeter their flesh became, making them perfect for the pies and stews that warmed households when snow sealed the countryside. Imagine candlelit kitchens on frigid nights where slices of long pie were baked into golden desserts that brought comfort and calories when both were desperately needed. Beyond the dinner table, their ability to last told a deeper story. These pumpkins were carried across generations because they could be trusted. When other squashes failed, long pie endured. And while modern supermarkets shifted toward rounder, standardized varieties, this heirloom survived thanks to gardeners and seed savers who recognized its quiet strength. It remains a favorite among homesteaders and chefs, proof that beauty in vegetables isn't always about appearance, but the story of survival they carry. And while the pumpkin guarded its sweetness deep into the winter months, another root lay hidden beneath the soil, sending up vines that offered both nourishment and healing. This was the Beauregard sweet potato, a crop that transformed humble gardens into stores of abundance. First bred in Louisiana in the 1980s, this sweet potato variety crop quickly spread across the world for one simple reason: abundance. A single plant can yield up to 10 pounds of tubers, making it one of the most generous vegetables ever cultivated. But what makes the Beauregard truly remarkable is its versatility. Its deep orange flesh is rich in beta-carotene and natural sweetness, making it a staple for pies, fries, and roasted dishes. Yet even above the ground, its vines and leaves are edible, offering families a steady source of greens when other vegetables are scarce. In times of hardship, this meant nothing went to waste. Both the roots and the foliage could sustain entire households. During droughts and poor harvests, the Beauregard proved its hardiness by thriving in soils where other crops struggled. Farmers came to see it as a kind of natural insurance policy. Even in lean years, sweet potatoes meant survival. Through centuries of cultivation, it continues to embody nutrition and endurance, carrying the wisdom of the past into modern farming. Whether feeding a family in the South or sustaining communities abroad, the Beauregard carries the timeless lesson that strength often hides beneath the soil. And while the sweet potato nourished families with both root and leaf, another heirloom had already taken root, one that defied winter by growing both above and below the soil. In the garden, its round, butter-soft leaves might look modest, almost unassuming. Yet behind that simplicity lies a legacy stretching back to the 1700s. It was famously grown by Thomas Jefferson in the gardens of Monticello, where he praised its tender leaves and dependable growth. Unlike modern lettuces bred for transport and long shelf life, this variety was cultivated for flavor and resilience. Early American families enjoyed it fresh in salads, but they also pickled it, packing the leaves in jars of brine to carry them through harsh winters. What transformed this humble green into a survival food wasn't just its taste, but its adaptability. It flourished in colonial gardens without chemical fertilizers or pesticides, proving that strength could be bred by necessity alone. Centuries later, growers still prize it for the same reasons: tenderness, reliability, and a history that connects the dinner plate directly to America's earliest farms. But where this lettuce offered tenderness and quiet survival, another heirloom proved its worth in the harshest of climates, standing tall and thriving through cold winds when most vegetables would wither. In the fields of Scotland, farmers came to rely on a vegetable that could endure bitter frosts and still provide a rich, onion-like flavor: the giant Musselburgh leek. Its thick stalks and broad leaves were not only a staple in soups and stews, but also a symbol of strength against the cold. For generations, it was the winter green that never failed, bridging the gap between seasons when fresh food was scarce. Standing tall at up to 30 inches, these leeks were more than just garden staples. They became fixtures of Scottish kitchens, simmered into broths and stews that provided warmth and strength during long winters. Unlike onions, which could wither in freezing weather, the Musselburgh endured snow and frost, allowing families to harvest fresh vegetables long after most gardens had gone silent. For working-class households, that staying power was essential. It meant green, nutritious food was still possible when other crops failed. The leek also became a cultural symbol. Its mild, sweet flavor was celebrated not only in Scotland, but across the British Isles, where it found its way in traditional recipes like kakaliki soup. Over time, its reputation spread far beyond Scotland, and today it remains one of the most trusted leeks for home gardeners around the world. It's not flashy, it's not delicate. The giant musselburgh is sturdy, generous, and built to last. But while the leek carved its legacy in the frosty fields of Scotland, another European giant was quietly growing in Germany. A vegetable so strange in shape and staggering in size, it looked like it belonged in a fairy tale. The Superschmelz kohlrabi. At first glance, the Superschmelz kohlrabi looks like a vegetable from another world. Its swollen, bulb-like stem can grow larger than a child's head, tipping the scales at over 8 pounds each. Yet despite its monstrous size, this German heirloom kohlrabi is anything but tough. Its flesh remains crisp, tender, and delicately sweet, whether eaten raw in crunchy slices or slowly roasted until it caramelizes. Even its broad green leaves, often overlooked, can be sautéed or added to soups, making this plant a true nose-to-tail vegetable. For centuries, farmers in Central Europe prized the Superschmelz not just for its flavor, but for its reliability. Unlike more fragile crops, this kohlrabi thrived in cool conditions and stored exceptionally well in cellars, providing food long after harvest. A family could pull one bulb from storage in the heart of winter and feed an entire household for days. In times when survival depended on resourcefulness, the Superschmelz kohlrabi was more than a vegetable, it was security against hunger. Even farmers marvel at its resilience and versatility. Despite its intimidating size, it is easy to grow and it rewards patience with one of the most generous harvests a garden can offer. It is living proof that sometimes the strangest looking crops are the most dependable allies. And if the kohlrabi's swollen bulbs weren't impressive enough, another crop would soon take size to a fiery extreme, a pepper so big and bold it redefined what spice could look like, the jalapeno gigante. From the delicate sweetness of kohlrabi, we now move to the fiery world of peppers, though this next variety isn't just about heat, it's about scale. The jalapeno gigante lives up to its name with peppers that can grow over 6 inches long, dwarfing the jalapenos that most people are familiar with. These peppers are bold and bright, their glossy green skin shimmering in the sun before ripening to a deep red. But what makes the jalapeno gigante remarkable isn't just its size, it's its productivity. Farmers often find their plants so heavily laden with peppers that the branches need stalking just to keep from bowing under the weight. The peppers themselves strike a balance between heat and flavor, spicy enough to bring life to a dish, yet mild enough for stuffing, grilling, or even pickling whole. For communities that relied on peppers not only for flavor but also for preservation, this meant security. A single harvest could be dried, smoked, or stored, providing flavor all year long. And unlike smaller jalapenos that quickly shrivel, the jalapeno gigante remains meaty and full-bodied, perfect for stuffing, grilling, or preserving. And while the jalapeno gigante brought fire to the table, another giant took a softer approach, stretching along fences and trellises with fruit that nourished generations in cooler climates, the Boston marrow squash. In the gardens of early America, few crops were as trusted as the Boston marrow squash. Its bright orange flesh, mild yet rich in flavor, became a cornerstone of New England kitchens. Unlike fragile varieties that wilted in poor conditions, the Boston marrow thrived in cooler climates, climbing fences and sprawling along trellises as if determined to claim every inch of space. Its versatility made it invaluable. Roasted, it offered creamy sweetness that rivaled pumpkin. In soups and stews, it provided heartiness during the coldest months. Even pies were filled with its rich flesh long before canned pumpkin became a staple. For families that lived by what they grew, this squash was more than food, it was comfort, warmth, and resilience. Its reputation spread quickly during the 19th century when seed catalogs praised it as a squash of remarkable excellence. Farmers embraced it not only for its taste, but also for its storage. A properly harvested Boston marrow could last through the winter, its hard shell protecting the tender flesh inside. Yet among all the hardy squashes of the 1800s, one variety stood apart, grown not for storage or stews, but for sheer size and shock value. Towering in the world of heirlooms, this pumpkin variety is legendary for its colossal size. Under the right conditions, it can easily tip the scales at well over 200 pounds, dwarfing ordinary pumpkins and transforming a humble garden patch into a carnival of giants, something we've marveled at before in our episode 25 Giant Fruits and Vegetables You Won't Believe Exist. In that video, we watch these giants swell at astonishing speed, gaining up to 40 pounds a day in peak conditions. Their rapid growth isn't just spectacle, it's biology pushed to the brink. Farmers didn't just grow these pumpkins for food, they grew them for pride, and still do. From county fairs to global weigh-offs, competitors crown champion growers every season. In fact, the current world record stands at an astonishing 2,749 pounds, grown by Travis Ginger of Anoka, Minnesota. With smooth orange skin and a footprint that can rival a bathtub, the Atlantic giant remains a spectacle, only bigger. But behind its monstrous size lies a practical side. The Atlantic giant is also valued for its flesh, which can be used in pies, soups, or animal feed, though most gardeners admit it's the thrill of the harvest that draws them in. To watch one of these pumpkins swell day by day is to witness nature's power magnified. But while the Atlantic giant spread across the ground like a sleeping giant, another crop rose tall into the sky, slender, green, and crowned with tender fruit, the cowhorn okra. In the warm fields of the American South, the cowhorn okra grew tall and proud, stretching up to 8 feet into the air like green spires reaching for the sun. This heirloom variety is named for its long, curving pods which resemble the shape of a cow's horn. When harvested young, often in the cool quiet of early morning, these pods are tender and flavorful, sometimes stretching to more than a foot in length. Generations of cooks cherished cowhorn okra for its versatility. Fried, stewed, or simmered in gumbo, its flavor brought warmth and comfort to countless family tables. And while many okra varieties turned tough if left to grow too large, the cowhorn remains remarkably edible, even at impressive lengths. For farmers, this meant fewer wasted harvests and more food gathered from each plant. In the days before refrigeration, this trait was invaluable. Families could return to the garden day after day, confident that the pods would still be tender enough to enjoy. And with stalks that soared above most gardeners' heads, the plants themselves became part of the landscape, a living reminder of abundance. And while okra reached skyward with its towering stalks, sprawling across the ground nearby was another southern giant, striped like a rattlesnake, massive as a small child, and sweet enough to feed whole families, the Georgia rattlesnake watermelon. Among the oldest surviving watermelon varieties in America, the Georgia rattlesnake watermelon earned its fierce name not from venom, but from the green stripes that curled down its length like the patterned scales of a rattler. To 19th century farmers, those stripes weren't a warning sign, they were a promise of abundance. First grown in the South during the early 1800s, this heirloom watermelon quickly became a staple at family gatherings and market stalls alike. Its vines stretched endlessly across the fields, producing fruits so massive they could weigh up to 50 pounds each. For settlers and farmers working the land in sweltering summers, these melons were more than just refreshing treats. They were symbols of survival. Sweet, hydrating, and filling, the Georgia rattlesnake helped sustain communities through heat that withered less hardy crops. But what truly set this watermelon apart was its longevity. While many melons spoiled within days of picking, the Georgia rattlesnake was famous for its ability to store for weeks without losing flavor. Families would keep the melons cool in root cellars, slicing them open long after harvest and tasting summer, even as the first frosts arrived. It was a gift that bridged the seasons, a fruit with endurance written into its very flesh. Across the years, seed savers and heritage growers have preserved the Georgia rattlesnake not only for its flavor, but for its enduring place in American agricultural history. To cut into one is to taste the persistence of those who coaxed sweetness from unforgiving soil. But while the watermelon promised sweetness and abundance, another humble root crop thrived on an entirely different strength. Cold, versatile, and as valuable for its greens as its roots, the purple-top white globe turnip became a survival staple through generations of hardship. Not all legendary crops earned their fame with size or sweetness. Some, like the purple-top white globe turnip, became icons of endurance. Its round white root, brushed with a blush of purple where it meets the sun, may look unassuming, but for centuries it has been one of the most reliable crops in the farmer's arsenal. Cold hardy and quick to grow, this turnip thrived in climates where more delicate vegetables failed. When early frost swept across the fields, families could still count on rows of purple tops to survive, their roots swelling beneath the soil while their leafy greens provided another valuable food source. In fact, the greens were often just as treasured as the root itself, sautéed with onions, stewed with broth, or eaten raw for a sharp bite of flavor. This dual harvest made the turnip indispensable to households trying to stretch limited land into year-round sustenance. Historically, the purple top was more than just a peasant's food. In times of war and famine, armies and entire communities survived on turnips. They stored well in cool conditions, feeding families throughout harsh winters when other supplies ran scarce. During the infamous Turnip Winter in World War I Germany, it was hardy varieties like this that kept starvation at bay. Yet, despite its reputation as a survival food, the purple-top white globe never disappeared from kitchens. Its mild, slightly sweet root is versatile roasted, mashed, or pickled, and its greens bring a burst of nutrition to any meal. Farmers and gardeners continue to plant it today, not only for tradition, but because reliability never goes out of fashion. After sustaining nations through famine, the spotlight shifts to a beet so massive and vividly colored it seemed to defy nature itself. The mammoth red mangle beet, a crop that nourished not only families, but entire herds of livestock. Few crops embody abundance quite like the mammoth red mangle beet. True to its name, this heirloom beet grows to colossal proportions, roots weighing more than 20 pounds where not uncommon. In the 1800s, it wasn't unusual to see farmers standing proudly beside their harvest, a single beet almost as large as a child. These giants weren't just grown for show, they were lifelines. The mammoth red mangle was a dual-purpose crop, feeding both people and animals. While the sweet, earthy roots could be roasted, mashed, or preserved for the family table, they were most famously used to sustain livestock through long winters. Farmers relied on them to keep cattle, horses, and sheep well fed when pasture land turned barren. Entire barns were stocked with these massive roots, and without them, survival on many homesteads would have been far more precarious. But the mango wasn't only about sheer size. Its leafy tops were edible too, offering a nutritious green that could be sautéed with onions and butter, a simple but hearty dish that stretched family meals. For households with limited resources, the mango provided food from root to leaf, ensuring nothing was wasted. Beyond their practicality, these giant beets carried a sense of wonder and grit. Children marveled at their size, travelers noted them in journals, and agricultural fairs often displayed them as symbols of nature's generosity. Across generations, heritage growers have treasured them not only for their remarkable yields, but also as living reminders of a time when farming ingenuity met necessity. And just as those crimson roots sustained both people and livestock, another crop emerged with a shape as curious as its flavor. Broad and ear-like, it offered sweetness, versatility, and the perfect canvas for stuffing. In the crowded summer gardens of Eastern Europe, one vegetable stood out not for its heat, but for its sheer generosity. The elephant ear sweet pepper earned its name from the massive floppy fruits that dangled from its stems like scarlet flags. Each pepper could grow up to 8 inches long, its broad, wrinkled walls curving into shapes that seemed almost too large for the plant to carry. Unlike the thin-skinned peppers that collapse under heat, these peppers were bred to hold their shape. Hollowed and stuffed with meat, rice, or vegetables, they became a centerpiece dish in farm kitchens. When roasted, their thick, sweet flesh softened into ribbons of smoky flavor. When eaten raw, they brought a crisp freshness to salads and bread. In lean times, families could rely on these oversized fruits to stretch meals and fill bellies without waste. The elephant ear also represented a kind of resilience. Hardy and productive, it could thrive in modest soil, delivering basket after basket of oversized peppers through the summer season. Farmers valued it not just as food, but as a dependable crop that would yield consistently year after year, even when other vegetables faltered. In the long, hot summers of the American South, there is one crop that has earned its place as both a garden marvel and a kitchen essential: the Goliath tomato. True to its name, this heirloom variety produces fruits so large they often tip the scales at over 2 pounds each, heavy enough to fill both hands of the gardener who picks them. Their sheer size makes them a spectacle, but it is their rich, balanced flavor that has kept them beloved for generations. The Goliath is not just a tomato, it is a promise of abundance. Its plants grow tall and vigorous, supported by thick vines that can withstand the weight of their enormous harvest. Unlike many oversized varieties that sacrifice taste for size, the Goliath manages to deliver both meaty, flavorful flesh with just the right balance of sweetness and acidity. Sliced onto bread, it can cover nearly an entire sandwich with a single cut. Cooked down into sauces, its dense flesh yields a deep, savory richness that has made it a favorite for both home cooks and market growers. Historically, tomatoes of this caliber represented more than a meal. They were symbols of prosperity. A single Goliath could provide enough slices to feed a family at the dinner table, while baskets of them at the farmer's market drew buyers in with their impressive scale. For gardeners, the Goliath was a reliable showpiece, a plant that not only survived but thrived, producing steady yields throughout the season. From a tomato bred for bulk, we move to an herb that turns heads with aroma, not height. In a garden filled with giants, one herb manages to stand tall without ever needing size to impress. The mammoth basil is a variety that lives up to its name, producing leaves so large they can stretch across the palm of your hand. Unlike the delicate sprigs of common basil, these oversized leaves bring both visual drama and culinary power. A single leaf is often enough to season an entire dish. The mammoth basil is not just about quantity, it's about quality. Its flavor is bold and aromatic, carrying that classic sweet clove basil note, but with an intensity that lingers. When torn fresh, it perfumes the air with the unmistakable scent of summer. In traditional kitchens, these giant leaves were laid whole onto bread, rolled around fresh cheese, or layered into tomato salads. For cooks preserving food for winter, the plant's productivity meant baskets of fragrant leaves could be turned into jars of pesto, oils, and dried herbs that would flavor meals long after the harvest season had ended. In the field, the mammoth basil is a tireless producer. Its broad, ruffled leaves spring up continuously, allowing gardeners to harvest handfuls without ever exhausting the plant. Unlike more fragile herbs, it thrives in the heat, standing strong beside tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants in the peak of summer. This reliability made it an invaluable companion in subsistence gardens, where every plant needed to justify its place. Culturally, basil has always carried symbolism from ancient Mediterranean rituals to the farmhouse kitchen window. The mammoth variety elevates that legacy not only by feeding but by inspiring awe. To see its massive green leaves fluttering in the breeze, it's easy to understand why generations of gardeners treasured it as more than just seasoning. It was abundance, aroma, and beauty all in one. And if basil offered aroma in abundance, the final crop delivers gentleness in giant form, a garlic in name, but botanically closer to a leek. In the world of alliums, a few plants inspire the same mix of wonder and utility as the elephant garlic. At first glance, it looks like a garlic bulb that has been exaggerated in size, a giant cousin, with cloves so plump they can fill a whole palm. Yet despite its imposing appearance, elephant garlic is not a true garlic at all. Botanically, it is closer to a leek, which explains its surprisingly mild, sweet flavor. Where common garlic bites with sharp intensity, elephant garlic whispers. Roasted, its cloves soften into a buttery spread, mellow and nutty, perfect for smearing across bread or blending into soups. Even raw, its flavor is gentle enough to slice thinly into salads, a quality that made it invaluable for households who wanted garlic's character without overpowering a dish. In cultures where subtlety mattered as much as spice, this plant found a loyal following. Beyond the kitchen, its sheer size was a form of insurance. A single bulb could grow to weigh nearly a pound, meaning one harvest provided weeks of seasoning. Its adaptability was equally impressive, thriving in a range of soils, forgiving of neglect, and tolerant of cooler climates. For gardeners who needed resilience, elephant garlic was a steadfast companion. Visually, it was as striking as it was practical. Its towering stalks, sometimes reaching 3 feet high, made it both ornamental and edible, blending beauty and purpose in a way few crops could. Across kitchens, fields, and centuries, these heirloom vegetables proved that survival doesn't always wear a crown of gold or steel. Sometimes it's hidden in a tomato simmering on the stove, a pepper passed quietly through generations, or a pumpkin that outgrows the soil that holds it. They remind us that food is never just food, it's memory, endurance, and a thread that connects us to those who came before. In a world chasing speed and uniformity, these crops whisper of endurance, patience, and the power of diversity written in the soil. Which of these remarkable vegetables surprised you most? Have you ever tasted or grown any of them yourself? We'd love to hear your story in the comments. And if this journey sparked your curiosity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe for more, and share it with someone who'd love to rediscover the secrets of the garden. This is Stella Eureka, signing off.
Hello, everyone.
By the umbrella. It's got to be unspecialized.
People went to the Bahamas for a vacation and unexpectedly got to witness a SpaceX rocket launch. Birds take a risk every time they perch on power lines, and this footage from Mexico shows why. An overloaded power line caused a flock of thrushes to plummet to the ground. The scene was so shocking that people called in experts and the police. Have you ever heard of fish raining from the sky? Believe it or not, this bizarre phenomenon actually happens several times a year. In Honduras, this happens quite regularly. Scientists suggest it could be caused by strong winds or tornadoes that carry fish onto land. It's also possible that fish travel through underwater caves and are washed out by heavy rains. Either way, seeing a live fish in the middle of a city is a rare sight. There are only about 800 mud volcanoes on Earth. They form only under very specific geological conditions, and Malaysia happens to have them. A crustal depression, underground water, and the presence of oil and gas in the soil all combine to create these rare wonders. This was just the third eruption in the volcano's history, and some lucky tourists got to witness it in person. On September the 24th, 2025 in Bangkok, cameras captured a shocking scene.
ดีถล่มหมดเลยไฟดับแน่อุ้ยฮะถนนสุดเลยเนี่ยเยอะเลยเสาไฟฟ้าไฟดับแน่
Out of nowhere, a sinkhole appeared on a city street, measuring 27 meters wide and almost 50 meters deep. The cause was a botched metro construction project. The abrupt cave-in tore down power lines and damaged a water pipe, a scene as frightening as it gets. Arachnophobes, brace yourselves. Your worst nightmares have come to life. Rising water in a nearby creek drove thousands of spiders into the garden of a man in New South Wales, Australia. He didn't notice it at first, but one day he woke up to find his entire garden covered in webs. You could safely say it's now their garden. A nightmare for anyone afraid of insects. In the spring of 2016, several regions of Madagascar were overrun by locusts. There were so many larvae that when they hatched, they swarmed everything in sight. Local authorities had to launch a massive campaign to control the insects and reduce the locust population.
Oh my God.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Holy, that is a giant shooting star.
This guy has no idea how wrong he is. On March the 25th, 2021, many people in Oregon genuinely thought they were witnessing falling stars. What actually happened was that a Falcon 9 rocket had re-entered the atmosphere after failing to leave orbit. About a month after the launch, debris from the rocket started falling to the ground, making everyone think they were seeing a meteor shower.
Mom, Dad. Mom. Dad. Mom.
People in China captured a real-life miracle on camera. It's a rare sight that not everyone gets to witness. The sun needs to be at least 58 degrees above the horizon. There must be cirrus clouds filled with ice crystals, and sunlight has to hit them at just the right angle. When all these factors come together, the result is truly stunning. It looks like the cliff's about to collapse on people. But that's not the case. After heavy rains, water mixes with the rock, and the high oxide content creates a rusty stain on the surface, giving the illusion of a bleeding rock. What's the strangest thing you might find on a runway? In Florida, it's an alligator. Locals say it's not uncommon at all. On April the 22nd, 2024, wildlife officers captured a 10-foot-long specimen. Remember, when fish start leaping out of the water erratically, it's usually a bad sign. Residents of Yunnan province in China thought it might signal an earthquake or an underwater electrical leak. The actual reason, however, was high chemical contamination in the lake. leaving the fish struggling to breathe and leaping for oxygen. Never before had people witnessed killer whales up close without going into the water. On February the 19th, 2025, one of Tasmania's beaches in Australia was the scene of an incredible event. Over 150 orcas were stranded on the shore at the same time. The rescue took longer than expected because the beach was hard to reach, but the majority of the killer whales were ultimately rescued. These are goose barnacles. Crustaceans like them are found in coastal areas all over the world. They need salt water and regular tides to survive. They attach themselves to hard, even surfaces, which can be driftwood, metal pipes, ship bottoms, or even the shells of marine animals. Goose barnacles were actually the main reason ships began to be treated with anti-fouling paint. Welcome to the Wild West, where tumbleweeds don't just grow in the desert, they take over everything around them. Essentially, this plant is just a common weed. Every year it spreads further and further, and once it became such a problem that it nearly paralyzed a small California town, blocking almost every road.
Historian Geraldo Cadava joins us to talk about his new book, The Hispanic Republic.
This isn't the apocalypse. It's San Francisco on September the 9th, 2020.
And subscribe to our podcast, visit kqed.org/forum. And for the latest updates, Jeff Zillow, but we're going to continue, Jeff Tucker.
Over 2 million acres of land near the city were destroyed by wildfires. The smoke that filled the air blocked the blue part of the spectrum, casting the land in warm colors. The people spent the entire day without sunlight, living under a bright orange sky. Since emperor penguins are found only in Antarctica, an Australian family was shocked to see one on a nearby beach.
Wow. Oh, she? Wow. Are you a little lost? Yeah. Hello. Yeah, you're lost. Oh,
The penguin had made an incredible 3,400-kilometer journey to reach that spot. Scientists say this individual now holds the record for the longest trip ever recorded for an emperor penguin.
we found at the beach today, kids. He is almost as big as you guys. Wow. Oh, she?
Since 2019, Egypt has had a law prohibiting people from climbing the pyramids in Giza. Offenders may be fined, deported, or denied entry to the country. However, these rules only apply to humans.
That's some scary here.
Here it is, black gold. A group of men in Algeria were searching for water in the middle of the desert, but they stumbled upon something even more unusual. Suddenly, instead of water, oil started gushing out. Unfortunately, they weren't thrilled by this discovery. Algeria ranks 16th in the world for oil reserves, but water is much harder to come by. Plain water would have been a far more welcome discovery.
حوالي 21 متر الارتفاع ما بين البركة والكاميون دولكيورور.
At first glance, it looks eerie. Strange worms that seem to be performing a ritual. But there's a simple explanation.
like a necklace or something, like a shiny necklace.
That's disgusting.
These are mosquito larvae moving together in a line. Sometimes the group can get tangled and form a circle, making them look like an alien organism. Yes, that's a fish crossing the road. In Mason County, USA, locals are used to it. The road happens to run between rivers where salmon live. The fish regularly migrate from one waterway to another, and have learned that during floods they can simply swim across the road. The beach of Menorca looked like this when hundreds of thousands of jellyfish swarmed its shores. Fortunately, they're completely harmless to humans, but still, no one dared to step into the water. Turns out that a deer circle dance isn't just a dance. The animals do this when they feel anxious. Walking in a circle helps them calm down, and they keep moving until the herd leader signals it's time to stop. This circular formation can also protect weaker members, placing them in the center where they're safe from predators. A real hole in the sky. This can happen when the temperature of the water in clouds drops sharply, but the water doesn't freeze immediately, forming ice crystals. The surrounding water droplets start to evaporate, creating a hole in the sky. Such gaps only appear in clouds and don't always form a perfect circle. Storms can be beautiful too. This time-lapse from Arizona proves it. The summer monsoon sweeps in with wind, rain, and flashes of lightning. Being caught in the middle of it isn't nearly as enjoyable as watching from afar. Many believe that rainfall is a blessing in the desert. However, when torrential rains continue for over 2 weeks, the desert transforms into this. Tropical downpours have caused flooding in a mountain range in Libya. Water rushed downhill, carrying sand and small rocks, making the flood even more dangerous. For turtles, winter and frozen rivers aren't much of a problem. Some can spend the entire season beneath the ice. Turtles have an incredible ability to slow down their metabolism. The colder it gets, the less energy and oxygen they need. They survive by tapping into stored energy and the oxygen in the water, managing perfectly fine without breathing through their lungs.
General Ira Aker of the 8th Army Air Force said they had to be done to assure accuracy to bring them out.
When the sun is low and its light filters through rain clouds, the rays bend and scatter in a way that can turn the sky green. Our eyes perceive colours based on light wavelengths, and a surplus of green can create a sky that looks almost otherworldly. Can you see this? It turns out nature can create mysterious portraits too, right above us, using clouds as its canvas.
Реально, слоёное небо. А, точно, сиська.
Scenes like these are a clear sign that an earthquake happened here. During earthquakes, soil often becomes liquefied. The ground loses its structure and can no longer hold water, behaving more like a liquid. This process can push significant amounts of water up to the surface. This is what the instinct to follow the herd can lead to. But that's just one explanation for why sheep start walking in circles. It can also be caused by spending too much time in a pen, or even a random infection that affects the nervous system. Still, in most cases it's just their natural urge to mimic their peers. At first glance, you wouldn't even realise there's snow here. The wind has covered it with a new blanket of sand. You definitely don't want to get too close to a mud volcano like this. While these eruptions happen only a few times a year, each time they amaze the people of Taiwan, especially when flames and flammable gases flare up amid the bubbling mud. The fiery spring isn't just a legend, it's real, and it can be found in a province of China. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary spring, but if you bring a flame close to its water, it bursts into fire. Deep beneath the surface, natural gas seeps upward through cracks along with the spring water. It's still flammable when it comes into contact with water, creating the illusion of a spring that's simultaneously flowing and burning, a stunning balance of two elements.
Что там варят? Что это, в планету идет куда-то?
A chimney can leave a contrail too. As water vapor condenses, it leaves a neat line of small droplets in the sky. The wind turned this Indian waterfall into a barrier, blocking the road and frightening every driver.
I got that one.
Doesn't this moss look a bit strange? Well, it's not actually moss. These arachnids are called harvestmen. They're known for having legs that are disproportionately long compared to their bodies. Unlike spiders, they can't spin webs because they lack the necessary glands. Harvestmen often gather in groups for safety, making them look more like a soft clump than a bunch of tiny spiders. A living statue in nature. To humans, it seems strange and mysterious, but to ants, it's just a survival strategy. Since they build their nests underground, floods force them to the surface. In response, ants gather the entire colony and form a living raft on the water. This allows them to survive for weeks until the water level drops. The people inside the house started hearing strange noises coming from the roof and decided to investigate. They were in for a surprise. Under the shingles, they discovered dozens of bats. It turned out a whole colony had made its home there, nesting in the small crevices of the roof. Had they waited any longer, the bats might have ended up taking over the house.
¿Alguien sabe qué está pasando en el río Rima? The most massive and dramatic clouds are known as mammatus. They get their name from their unusual shape, which resembles an udder. These clouds form when descending cold air meets warmer layers of the troposphere, creating uneven, lumpy cells in the sky. Mammatus clouds are always a sign of an approaching storm or thunderstorm, so it's best to admire them from indoors. This isn't just a natural spring, it's a fountain of vitamins. This video was filmed in Azerbaijan near a mineral water spring. The water emerges from the ground already warm, almost 60 degrees Celsius. Though invisible to the eye, it's rich in magnesium, iron, phosphorus, iodine, zinc, and other beneficial minerals, a true source of vitality.
Hello there, stewards and high jackets. If you could come on shop please, or put your high jackets on and have a wait please, I'd very appreciate it. The two stewards with the high jackets on, please move out for the shop, thank you. All the way around the circle, all the way around the circle.
Aliens had nothing to do with this.
farmers on the Canary Islands shaped the landscape themselves, building crescent-shaped stone walls to shield their crops from harsh winds. The volcanic ash on the ground helps retain moisture. What was once considered poor farmland now produces grapes for excellent wine. Even a rock can become a musical instrument. In a few places around the world, there are deposits of diabase rocks that produce bell-like sounds when struck. Dozens of scientists have been intrigued by this unusual property, yet no one has been able to explain why these rocks ring. Instead of wasting time on going around obstacles, ants have found an easier way. An ant reaches the edge, holds on firmly, and dangles over the void. Others latch onto it one by one until a living bridge is formed. This clever strategy shows just how skilled ants are at building.
Pool. Here, my river. Masai Mara. There goes the hippo out of water.
The perfect beach to go to after dark. Only in summer and early autumn can you witness a rare phenomenon on the beaches of Pingtan Island in China, bioluminescence. This glowing blue light comes from tiny microorganisms living in the sea. When disturbed, they emit flashes of light, and since there are millions of plankton in the water, the glow becomes truly spectacular.
He is now to be among you at the calling of your heart. Rest assured, this troubadour is acting on his part. The union of your spirits here has caused him to remain. For wherever two or more of you are gathered in his name, there is love. Ooh, there is love. Well, a man should leave his mother, and a woman leave her home. They shall travel on to where the two shall live as one. As it was in the beginning, is now until the end. Woman draws her life from man and gives it back again, and there is love. Ooh, there is love. Oh, then what should be the reason for becoming man and wife? Is it love?